Well, hello. Redbeard, Soy, Fastidious. People who are contributing to the Ghost Trick Community Challenge. I hope you all are well. Oh man, I got the hiccups. I don't think I have anything exciting to talk about today. For that, I apologize. So we'll get right on to basketball. That's exciting. Oh, thank you. I just woke up from a nap that was a little longer than I expected, so I'm still kind of waking up. I got home from work, had some pizza, fell asleep, woke up to my "hey, it's stream time" alarm, and went, oh, whoops. Today is a wash. Womp womp. Let's do this. Well, what kind of pizza? I am a pepperoni guy. I don't like to put too much on them, and it's thin crust pizza, so it's like anything else I add makes it like more. Not like money wise, I guess that too, but like it makes it like a lot more of a meal. So it was just pepperoni, and then there was like an olive oil thing on it, sea salt, which is really good with meat on pizza, and oregano. I would have used my own pizza dough, but I didn't make any last night, and it looks like I'll be making it tomorrow night. Oh, fuck me, right. Cheese. Could have been cheese pizza. Be really boring though. Cheese?
Cheese.
The yellow triangle can't be anything other than cheese. Like cheese, it's cheap. That's fair. Whenever I make it, I always put pepperoni on. I got fancy once and put bacon, but I don't really know if it was as good. Cheese. Hey, Miss Storm. It's been set there on the plate about as big as the palm of my hand. It's covered in something like a liquid. Its viscosity is thin like water, and it's tinged a faint brown. This is the cheese that Yoshi's described. Hey, Sam, hope you're well. Salami? You know, I believe that. I don't feel like you could go wrong with really any meat. I've had, like cheesesteak meat on pizza, and it's been good. Is that ribeye? It's like stripped ribeye. At first glance, it looks like a dilutes tea. I pick up the plate and bring it to my nose. It is the unique smell common to dairy products, but the fluid sprinkled over the cheese has no odor of its own. Looking at it up close, bite marks left by the teeth of a small animal can be seen near the edges. Is this why he doesn't want us to eat any food? I can't think of any other animal that can freely come and go through the storeroom. A rat. That word makes me recall the aberrant thing Holt 3 did last night. I don't think it was Holt 3's personality that did it, but... Western New York, cup and char, pepperoni. New York pizza is very good. Like, New York style is very good. There's a store that I gotten pizza from occasionally here that does. It's fantastic New York style. Used to get a lot back in my first co-op because it was like $1 a slice. It was perfect. And then you needed 2 plates to hold it, like the slice on it. Congrats on the watch streak. Thank you for contributing. The rat hadn't been completely dead. So, Hotaru's body grabbed it by the tail and smashed it against the table with all her strength. She muttered those 2 words, dangling the dead rat like a pendulum from her hand. And with no more care than you'd show to an old rag, she casually tossed the body aside. And then her face warped into an expression of boredom. That expression? Those words. I couldn't forget them even if I wanted to. The scene from yesterday evening has been engraved into my mind, every last detail of it. As I hold the plate in both hands, I think about something. Yesterday, the rat was at death's door before I even stepped into the kitchen. Its limbs convulsing, its eyes hollow, its mouth flapping as it desperately struggled to breathe. The anguish it underwent gives the impression that it had been poisoned. In other words, it seems that sometime before Hotaru's body dealt with the finishing blow, the rat had already ingested something harmful. And now in my hands, I hold a piece of cheese saturated with some unknown liquid. One of its corners bears clear bite marks from the gnawing of a small animal. I don't even have to think about the rest. Do the New York style is the perfect. The crust is small like thin crust, but there's normal consistency. Usually thin crust becomes too much like a cracker. You have to get... It takes a skill to do a good thin crust pizza. That is true. It is very true. I used to really not like thin crust compared to regular, but as I get older and enough of a pizza will put me into a coma, thin crust is great. Deep dish is great. There's a really good deep dish place I go to very rarely, because speaking of carb comas, actually there's 2 I can think of in Philly. One of them I'll go when I'm with friends, because you get like one like small square pizza and that's enough for all of us. It's one of those things where it's like, it's almost like a dessert, but it's not, like, obviously. Like, it's a lasagna, but if you cook it right, I don't know, it just feels like it should be a dessert. Chicago deep dish is legit. Hold on, let me make sure I don't have them backwards. I think I had them backwards last time I talked about this. Okay, I don't, but that's good. Chicago is usually too thick for me. Detroit style, I love. Detroit's the really thick ones. Well, not the really thick ones. It's like really thick pizza. Chicago is like a pie. I had what backwards? Detroit and Chicago style pizzas. It's super greasy, and that's too much for even me. Well, I mean, I feel like if you don't cook a pizza well, it always gets super greasy. You gotta dab off the grease. Every time I cook like a frozen pizza for myself, I always get a napkin and I dab off the grease until the grease starts coming up, because it's like, why ingest that? Making sure that nobody sees me, I furtively carry the plate to my room. But it is easier for the deep ones to get greasy, that's for sure. Yeah, it's definitely, I think calling it, I think it's basically like a lasagna. It's like a lasagna pie. Speaking of, I mentioned this in the Zelda stream. Hey, Yoshi, I hope you're well. Speaking of like memes where the square hole meme.
The best Chicago-style pizza.
Where's the cheese?
It's under the sauce.
There's no cheese on it.
It's under the sauce.
Like, I'm Italian and this is hurting me.
It's from Chicago.
But it's just
The
sauce.
cheese is under the sauce.
That's not enough cheese.
Cheese is under the sauce.
It's not enough. It's under
It's a sauce! I arrive and you stop playing the video game. That's what you get, Yosh. No video game for you. Deep dish does deserve to be called pizza pie, but if you call normal pizza a pie, then I don't like you. It's definitely one of those, like, is a hot dog a sandwich or a taco type things, and it's like, okay. It's under the sauce. I'm leaving. All right, everyone, it's Dragon Age Inquisition time. Where's Taylor playing the game? It's under the sauce. Hey, you know, we play games here. We play games here. I put it down on the desk and walk around aimlessly. All right, so I've gotten it in here, but now I don't know what to do with it. I'm not even sure if the liquid on the cheese really is poison or not. As I continue muttering, I hear a knock at the door. I hurriedly tried to hide the cheese, but I'm too late. The person on the other side opens the door without waiting for a reply. I whirl around trying to conceal the cheese behind my back.
ユキド君、昼食の準備ができたけど。
なあ、内海さんか。わかったよ。すぐ行く。
Taylor is by far not the most talk. I am in a nice middle ground. I have encountered streamers where they're chatty. They're very chatty. They out chatty my ability to listen sometimes. But some people like that. That's fair. I don't think there's anything wrong with being chatty. Okay, I'll be right there. Oh, I don't need to read these.
背中に何か隠してない？
いや。
嘘。絶対何か隠してるわ。
It's tremendously wrong. How dare you? That's right. My name is T-Swizzle01, and I'm coming back to my list of PowerPoint rants with 308 reasons why talking too much on stream is evil. And you're open parentheses, and you're going to hell for it. Usually I'm on Twitch to watch video games. I see usually. important load-bearing word there. 10 out of 10 for no closing parentheses. I don't believe in closing parentheses. Closing parentheses. The chatty streamer I know is Future Man, who I've probably been following for the longest on Twitch, and I legitimately like to watch his stream sometimes, and like half of it becomes just chatting. There were 2 Remember11 streams like that. Someone linked something, and then the next thing I knew, it was 2 hours later. Wonder whose fault that was. I'm on Twitch to watch video games. Clothing. Jesus. Closing parentheses are made up by Big English. They're not necessary, like the Oxford comma. You're a single card away from the completionist plus in Balatro. Balatro? Is it the obelisk? I fucking hate that card. I was really excited to use the obelisk until I discovered that even if you tie your highest amount, it resets. And I said, this is the dumbest card ever. I fucking hate this card. It's Marry Andy for some reason. Oh, interesting. That card's complete ass. Yeah, it's just like, it's one of those ones that I feel like you have to find it late in order to like let you you have to find it late in a mixed hand run where you have significantly more hands played with one of them or are able to pivot to another one in order to build, what is it, 3/4 or 0.75 mult. It's like it you need to pick it up late, but it doesn't build mult fast enough to be good. Especially when Campfire exists. And Campfire just like, if you get the money on sale, as Northern Lion always calls it, with like the 50% off, you're cooking. You jump on Twitch to watch the video game become a discussion. Not the intention, but it is what usually happens. That's how Twitch goes. Listen here, boy. The Oxford comma is completely necessary. I would die on this hill. I always include the Oxford comma because I'm always worried about someone thinking that my final positive in my list is, or the final 2 is actually the final 1, and I don't like it, so I just separate it. The previous one game I used both stone and glass joker gold sticker in the same run, so I got, oh wow. Oh wow, yeah, it is a nice one. My favorite joker, you're not gonna be surprised by this, is the Lucky Cat one, where every time your lucky cards trigger, you get more mult, because the only times I've ever played that, my lucky cards trigger every single time without fail. I had it up at like plus 20, or I had it up at like, not plus, sorry, times 22 mult or something one time, and I was like, oh yeah, we're cooking. My whole deck was lucky cards. That's the time I got to ante, I think it was 14 or 15. Where I touched E. I felt E. Its presence. I think it'd be 14 if I didn't actually get it. I think Campfire is worse than Obelisk, but that's probably me not using it properly. You have to have the setup for, you have to have a lot of money, and you have to be buy selling, and it's really only useful like a couple times, but I feel like it's easier to use if you fall into it at the right time than Obelisk is. Not my favorite card, but if Obelisk is like F tier, Campfire for me, as someone who's also not great at using, it's like C. Pretty sure almost every like YouTuber will put it in like triple S, and it's like, okay. I only made a successful lucky card build a single time, and that was when I had the probability increaser. I've done it with that as well. Yeah, that's always a good time. Obelisk the Tormentor. What the hell? Hold on. Is this Magic? Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh my god. What about Adeptus Mechanicus Stratocopter? Do you like... I've been doing a lot of painting. Who knows? Maybe I start going to open casual games. Not with that though. Those things are terrible in this edition. Apparently. Silver the executive producer. Silver? Slifer. I was like, hold on. Utsumi draws closer to me. Placing a hand on my shoulder, she peeks at what's on the desk.
何これチーズ
Cheese? The machine spirited based. Super based. I've got what have I painted? You're getting the last little update. Okay, I got like my you're gonna have to squint. My Skitari Rangers I'm working on. I need to get the infantry division done. And then I've based my Sky Stalkers or sterilizers. So we're getting there. Just been on a kick. This entire part of my desk right now is covered in paint brushes, models, terrains, glue, empty paint water. At some point I'll finish my US Army Airborne Division, and then I need to get probably a German Army Division so that I can invite people over to play bolt action. Giving in, I explain everything to her.
ふんなるほどね彼女のやりそうなことだわ
彼女って
言わなくてもわかるでしょ
It's always hard painting minis. I don't do it often because I'm bad at it, but wow, it takes time. So I'm really happy with the way my current ones are turning out. There's like more I could do to make them better, right? But especially the sky, the sterilizers, the little flyers with the small flyers with the wings. I'm like super proud of the way those turned out. What I have, I got this. my ex gave it to me for a birthday, Christmas, I don't remember, but basically it has an LED ring and then a magnifying glass, and for all the small ones it's awesome. The problem is you can see all your mistakes in vivid detail. The nice thing is that by being forced to continuously fix them, one, you get really good at fixing them, and two, when you don't have a magnifying glass on the miniatures, they look fucking awesome.
ほとりのことか
Utsumi gives a slight nod in reply, her expression serious.
よく考えてみてよ彼女がここにいる理由
I see. Inabushi Keiko is DID, and she's a murderer. The motive behind her crimes at Awazumi is still unclear, but it's a fact that she holds no qualms about killing living things. I guess a single rat would be no trouble for her. However, in the end, that's an act that another personality lying dormant inside Inabushi Keiko committed. Hotsuri is not at fault. I believe that.
これちょっと借りてくわね
Utsumi asks me, picking up the plate.
どうするつもりなんだ
ここにかけられてる液体が本当に毒物なのかどうか調べるのよ
どうやって
Utsumi doesn't answer, leaving the room with a meaningful smile. Oh, that's creepy. The lunch Utsumi made, I didn't so much as touch it. Though I haven't eaten anything since this morning, I have absolutely no appetite. I can't perceive it myself, but it seems a fair amount of mental stress has accumulated deep in my heart. My stomach can't really take anything right now. And there's another reason I didn't touch the meal. The liquid sprinkled on that cheese, if it really was poison, and if the one who gave it to the rat and the killer who's after me are the same one and the same, I didn't really want to think about it, but as they say, better safe than sorry.
悪いちょっと胃の調子が悪くて
Notify Utsumi and stand up from my place. I return to my room. Sitting down on the bed, I fold my arms. My left arm is still throbbing. Unfolding them, I put my right hand near the wound. The pain reminds me of yesterday, whether I want to think about it or not. Someone tasked me last night. That's easy to forget, even for me. When I'm immersed in the unconcerned behavior and cheerful atmosphere of these three, the feeling that my life is being threatened inevitably lessens. But the scar reminds me, someone had definitely tried to kill me, and I bet that the culprit still hasn't given up yet. I'm sure whoever it is just waiting for their next opportunity. Thinking like that, it's impossible for me to just stand around here. In order to uncover the truth, I leave the room. Oh, that's not a good chapter name. A solitary rat. Guess we'll die. I spot Hotori over at the living area window. She's standing alone, gazing at the snowy landscape outside. I slowly approach her. I call out from behind. She quietly turns around. A naive answer. With pure, transparent eyes, she looks at me. I can't feel the slightest hostility or wariness from her. Just what should I say to such a defenseless woman? Are you the one trying to kill me? Like I could ask her that. For now, I decide to ask about the rat. Pure Eternus.
夕べのことって？
ネズミのことなんだけど。
はあ、それがどうかしたの？
An unexpectedly quick reply. Caught by surprise, I'm baffled for a brief
殺し
moment.
たのはお前なのか？
I finally bring myself to say it. Oh,
サトルも見たでしょ？私がテーブルの角に叩きつけたところ。
how can she say that so nonchalantly? While such happy music plays in the background. Maybe right now she's...
本当にほとりなのか？
I ask her, studying her expression.
どうしてそんなこと聞くの？私が別の誰かに見える？
じゃあ今のお前はやっぱり。
今の私は鈴影ほとり。過去の私も鈴影ほとり。未来の私も鈴影ほとり。
It is a rat. I'd kill a rat too if I wasn't freaked out touching it. You know, like, I feel like there's a I feel like the way picking it up by its tail and absolutely smashing its head in against the table, I feel is a little more excessive than just killing a rat or a mouse. I guess I don't know how else you would kill it, but using it like a little, like Hulk smashing it? We believe you. Oh, I'm not denying that. Conflict wells up within me. I want to believe Hotori. I want to believe that the Hotori personality had nothing to do with the rat, nor the events at Awazumi. With our answer just now, the person here right now is unmistakably Suzukage Hotori. She even said herself that she was the one who killed the rat, and yet still grasping for a single ray of hope, I have to ask.
もう一度だけ聞くけど、本当にお前が小鳥があのネズミを。
くどいな。なんでそんなこと何度も聞くのよ。もしかして私のこと責めてるの？たかがネズミ一匹殺したぐらいで何なのよ。バカみたい。
たかがネズミ一匹って。お前かわいそうだとは思わないのか？
Alright, now I'm on Hotori's side.
かわいそう？なんで？意味わかんないよ。相手はネズミなのよ。ネズミ。わかる？殺しちゃいけないの。ネズミ殺したらなんか罪に問われるわけ
？I'll be honest, enough Warhammer 3 has made me absolutely despise rats. That's not the problem, okay?
そういう問題じゃないだろう。
じゃあどういう問題なのよ。
ネズミだって生きてるんだし、命ってものはあんな風に粗末に扱っちゃいけないものなんだ。
うわ、出た。正義のヒーローここに見参ってやつね。ああ、かっこいい。
No, you cannot despise cute Skaven rats. My friends and I hate the rats because they ruin all of our legendary campaigns. And let me tell you, when we play multiplayer, we load up and all of us immediately go, so we're killing all the rats right now, right? And everybody declares war on all the Skaven factions. Oh.
っていうかさ、サトルはゴキブリとか殺さないの？
They spawn so many armies on Legend. Like, Legend is already, like, brutally unfair on purpose. And why I play it, I don't even know sometimes. But the Skaven get, like, 3 times the amount of armies that they should. And it's so awful. You'll just be sitting there and they'll be like, hey, it's time to fight your 12th army of storm vermin. And it's like, please just die. Hold on, Soy just texted me. Oh. Yeah, it's ah. Know the advantage of population. The thing that sucks about the Skaven is that they have cool siege engines and ranged units, but then I'd have to play the fucking rats. Derogatory. I probably didn't need to make a separate save for this one. I would. I'd kill a cockroach.
そりゃ確かに殺すけど、でも昆虫と哺乳類は別物だろ。
つまり自分に近い生物種は殺さないってことね。じゃあ牛とか豚とか鶏とかは、魚とか植物とか微生物とかは殺さない？殺してないって言える？
I mean, what are we arguing here? I've eaten plenty of fish. I remain silent. I have nothing more to retaliate with. A blue vein begins to throb in Holthu's temple. With a sharp glint in her eyes, she scowls at me. It almost seems like she's taking the opportunity to release her pent-up feelings.
私がしたことはそれと同じ。だから人を悪者みたいに言わないでくれる？
Although I guess, you know, fishing to eat the fish is significantly different than wrestle slamming a rat against the table.
そもそもね、私はネズミに感謝されることはあっても恨まれるような
Oh,
こと
true,
を
was
した覚え
suffering.
はないの。かわいそうだなんて思うはずがないでしょ。ただ、よかったわねってそう思うだけで。
どういう意味だ？
どういう意味も何もないってば。私はあのネズミを楽にしてあげただけなんだよ。キッチンの床で苦しんでたから。それで息の根を止めてあげたってわけ。まあ痛みや苦しみを取り除くという意味においては医者と同じね。
Oh, you're losing me again.
私のしたことは人助けならぬネズミ助けなわけであり。
Listening to her, I finally come to my senses. I misunderstood Tsuzukage Hotori. From this morning until the afternoon, Hotori had worn an innocent look on her face and behaved calmly, as if she'd forgotten about the rat. Seeing her like that, I thought the one who killed the rat wasn't the Hotori personality, but that was wrong. She committed the act as though it was perfectly natural because she thought nothing of it. She feels no guilt at all. That's why she can be so nonchalant about it. To her, I guess killing a mere rat was nothing. She only thinks of it as just another ordinary event in her daily life. Just a rat. Well, that may be true, but what if she said just a human being? Okay, this is a stretch. Satoru, where the rat to human being jump is a canyon. The thought makes my hair stand on end. After all, she's already taken the lives of not one, but 12 people in the past. Except, was it her? I simply relieved it from its pain. It was an agony on the kitchen floor. Isn't taking away pain and suffering like that the same as what a doctor does? The motive for the horrendous murders at Awazumi Municipal Hospital may have been as simple as that.
話はそれで終わり？
I don't think even my arms could reach that far.
用がないなら私もう行くけど。
There's nothing more terrifying than a being without malice. The more naive her behavior, the more prominent the madness within her becomes. As easily as crushing an insect or beating a rat to death, she could take a human life. Well, okay. Once again, I think that I have to change the way I view her. But of course, I don't let it show on my face. Trying to keep my emotions in check, I aim one final question at her. Do you enjoy killing? Of course we're asking that.
生き物を殺して楽しいか？
え？
見たんだよ。倉庫の隅で液体のかけられたチーズをネズミのかじった跡がしっかりと残ってた。液体の成分はまだわからないが、おそらく何らかの毒物だろう。
This is so extreme.
それをお前はネズミに与えたんだ。
It's a fucking storeroom at an isolated facility. You can't have rats eat the food.
ちょっと待ってよ。
Spot a good old-fashioned ultra violence. Some loco plus. Oh man.
私には何のことだかさっぱり。
とぼけんなって。お前以外にあんなひどいことをする奴はいないんだよ。
違う、私じゃない。
じゃあ誰だって言うんだ。
知らないよ、そんなこと。
Otogi's expression stiffens. Her pale face twitches slightly. She's clearly terrified. Even so, I don't let up. I keep piling on the pressure. Oh, that's something. That's a great idea.
もう一度聞く。生き物を殺して楽しいか？何かが苦しむ姿を見るのがそんなに面白いのか？そうじゃなければネズミにあんなものを与えたりなんてしないもんな。
違う。
I feel like this is a reach.
違う？だったら毒を持ったのは何のためだと？単にネズミを動けなくするため？それとも本当は毒によって殺すつもりだったのが予想に反して生き延びてしまっただけなのか？
なんでそんなこと言うの？
Because it just railroads me into... Yeah, it railroads me into the poison either way. Okay.
私じゃないのに。私じゃないのに。
いや、違うよな。やはりお前は娯楽の一環としてそれを行ったんだ。ネズミの命をもてあそぶのが楽しくて仕方ないんだ。
Yes, let's start screaming at the girl with dissociative identity disorder about how much she loves murder. That's not gonna cause problems. You might go, Taylor, you chose this option. Yeah, it's my fault. I caused this, okay? I understand that. Uh-oh.
もうやめて。やめて。行きたくない。行きたくない。行きたくない。
お前はそもそもネズミの命なんてどうとも思ってないんだろ？優越感に浸りたかったってわけか？のたうち回るネズミを見てその命を支配できるという立場に酔いしれていた。万能感。自らの優位性を示すことによってお前は
At that moment, all of a sudden, Hotori screams. Clutching her head, she cowers on the floor.
やだ。やめて。行きたくない。行きたくない。行きたくない。行きたくない。このままここにいさせて。
Then an abrupt silence. Still crouching on the floor, she no longer so much as twitches.
小鳥
Uh-oh. I call out to her, but she doesn't react. I try laying a hand on her shoulder. She slowly gets to her feet. All emotion has been stripped from her face. That white face is concealed behind an inhuman mask. Her empty eyes see nothing. I attempt to call out to her again, but before I can open my mouth... Go where? Oh. A transfer. We're here now. I'm holding Uni's small body in my arms. We're on the top bunk. Uni and I are practically glued to each other, our faces too close for comfort. I tear away from him in a panic. Something falls onto the bed with a soft thud. It's a scorched teddy bear. It had been wedged between our chests. I picked it up and stare at it. The teddy bear is missing an ear. Sent you a thingy on Discord. Think it's appropriate now? What do you got for me? Hold on. Don't forget the tiny little Uni in the corner. Thank God I'm the normal one here. Oh boy, the teddy bear is missing an ear. Judging from the soot all over its body, it looks as if it's been through a fire. A fire. I instantly think of the crashed Flight 18. Still holding the teddy bear, I jump down from the bed. Uni climbs down the ladder after me.
落ち着いたみたいだね
He says that, but I don't know what he's referring to. I don't know, but I guess it's probably directed at Kokoro. Until just now, Kokoro's consciousness was in his body. Uni's words mean that until just now, Kokoro was not calm. Oh well, I'll ask about that later. First of all, I tell him I'm Satoru right now so that he won't mistake me for her again. And Uni,
そうだったんだ
with that curt reply, he sits down in a log chair at the table. Holding the teddy bear to my bosom, I sit down across from him.
ねえそれじゃあサトル
ちょっと待った3分時間をくれないか
えどうして
いいから頼む3分間だけ黙っててくれ
ふい
Uni makes a mocking salute. Why do I have to silence Uni? The thing is, I now understand that the time right after a transfer is incredibly precious. A precious busy time. There are several things I have to confirm, and giving myself some time to sort out my feelings is essential too. If new information comes rushing at me before I can relax, I'll panic. That's why I need him to keep quiet. Now then, time to get my thoughts in order, starting with my feelings. I'm worried about the change in Hotori just before this transfer. She suddenly screamed, cowered on the floor, and when she got up, she looked as though she had been reduced to an empty shell. On the verge of insanity, or perhaps already a step beyond it. In any case, she definitely looked to be in a state of delirium. And the one who had driven her to the edge is none other than me. I may have chosen my words a bit too carelessly. Hotori is already mentally scarred. My words have only served to further pick at these scars. Saying something like that was only ever going to end up backfiring. How could I blurt out such idiotic words? All I can do now is regret it. With Kokoro transferred there, how is she going to deal with the insane Hotori? Will she comfort her in my place? No, I can't push everything onto her like that. I've made my bed, now I have to lie in it. Now that I've calmed down, something else comes to my attention. I still can't bring myself to hate Hotori. But there, I unintentionally flared up and blurted out some pretty reckless things. But I really do want to help her. Even if she's a mass murderer? Yes. Even if she's a mass murderer, I can't abandon her. I like that he does these little asides like I do. The straw men. Even if she's a mass murderer, I can't abandon her. Because I can't really put it into words, but I somehow feel the shadow of an existence close to myself within the girl called Hotori. You're just like Satoru for real. For real, for real. I'm just like him. I'm just like him for real. God help me. Uni resting his chin in his hand, taps on the tabletop with one finger. Only 2 minutes have passed, and the remaining minute I need to take care of the things that I can only do here in the shelter cabin. I can't think about Hotori forever. I switch over to the other matters. There are 2 things I need to take care of. Checking the time and listening to my voice recorder. The present time, 1:57 p.m. 5 minutes have passed since I came in the shelter cabin, so the time of this transfer would be 1:52. I take the voice recorder out of my pocket and hit the playback button. No new messages have been recorded. So that leaves just one thing. I take off the wristwatch and fasten it around the teddy bear's neck. Then I sit it on the chair next to mine.
オッケー。ぴったり3分だったろ。で、さっき言いかけてたことは？
と
He brings his hand from his chin to his
あ、そう
forehead.
だ、思い出した。実はね、
I found there are two kinds of people, those who hate Satoru thinking and those who love it. I'm so quirky and different. I feel like I don't hate or love it. I feel like I just kind of observe. Like it happens. Sometimes he gets some useful thoughts. Sometimes he just rehashes stuff. I found there are three kinds of people. Excellent. Great artist is the love it. I definitely don't like love it, but to say I hate all of his asides, I think wouldn't be true, because like I think there's sometimes a lot of, hey, let's rehash the scene you just saw, and it's like, okay, let's get through that. And then he's like, new thoughts, and I'm like, okay, here we are, I want that, I like that. So it's kind of, you know, it's down and then up, usually, just kind of in that order, like a U, like bang. whatever that fucking sound was. He wants to ask me a favor, a very simple favor. That is to say,
聖司とリンが外で喧嘩をしてるみたいなんだ。だから仲直りさせてあげてくれないかな。
that's it. I probably stand up and open the door. Yomagi is sitting on the steps in front of the cabin, his back to me. Lynn is lying in the snowfield, her arms and legs outstretched.
なあ、まゆずみさん、いい加減起きたらどうなんだ。
You know the good thoughts are coming when he starts with something like, there are 4 points. Let's go in order. You know, either you're about to get a lot of information, or you're about to get that's one option. Or the second option is you're about to read the most complicated set of rules for a free point contest you've ever heard.
うるさい筋肉バカ。
ああ、やれやれ。そんなとこで仰向けになってるとシミがたくさんできると思うが、いいのかい？
余計なお世話よ。若いんだから大丈夫なの。
Every time I explain something, like when I'm playing Zelda, I should go, I have a few, when like Yoshi asks me my thoughts for like the foreseeable future, I should start going like, I have 4 thoughts. Let's think about them in order. 1, the heart container seems to be on a raised rock platform that I am unable to reach by walking. 2, without my ability to walk, I don't understand how I am supposed to get over to the raised heart container platform. This presents a problem based on the fact that, well, I can't walk. 3, if I have no tools of which to help me fly and no ability to walk, then in what way or manner am I supposed to get to this heart container platform? Satoru's gonna be like his favorite. Hi, Yoshi. Let's do that now after we've mentioned him. Oh yeah, subcategory 4. Or category 4. There are multiple points though that I would like to think. A, previous heart containers were usually accessible via walking. B, I was not able to use my hook shot in order to pull a heart container closer to me. And C, I have run out of inventory spaces, so a glider no longer seems prevalent. With all this information in mind... Either love Uni or Satoru the most. Yeah, it's probably true.
強がり言っちゃって。
ん？何よその言い方。私の肌が老化してるとでも？
誰もそんなこと言ってないだろうが。 ただ山の紫外線は麓のそれとは比べ物にならないぐらい強いから。
いいのよ。光合成してんだから。ほっといてよ。
It definitely sounds like they're fighting, but as far as I could see, it's not anything to worry about. This is just about normal for them. That aside, something's bothering me. The weather. The refreshingly clear blue sky. Mount Takakura has been blessed with clear weather, just like Aosigi Island. Though naturally, the temperature feels considerably lower. Shivering, I pull the door shut.
なんだよ。
Oh boy, they're
喧嘩って言
linked.
っても大したことなさそうじゃないか。
I didn't even think about the weather being linked.
でも
それよりも聞いておきたいことがある。
I sit back down on the log chair. I got the sense that all I've been doing recently is asking people questions, but oh well. You might call it a link to the past. Perhaps, maybe. Forthwith coming. There are too many things I don't understand.
何？
Uni tilts his head. There's just a trace of anxiety in that expression. I'll. Ask about the teddy bear.
テディベアのことなんだけど。
I ask as I pick up the stuffed animal beside me.
なあ TV がどうかした？
TV？
そのテディベアの名前だよ。テディベアだから TV。
じゃあこれはユニのものなのか？
うん、そうだよ。聖司が墜落現場から拾ってきてくれたんだ。
墜落現場か。ってことはつまりヨモギさんはそこに行ったってことか。
今朝の9時半ぐらいだったかな。ココロンと一緒に出かけて行って。
心も？
覚えてないの？
覚えてるわけないだろ。その時この体の中にいたのは俺じゃないんだから。
まあそうなのかもしれないけどさ。
I look at the teddy bear again. When I touch its face, I feel something wet. It's wet. Why? I ask Uni about it.
それはココロンの涙だよ。
He answers
コ
quietly.
ロンここに帰ってきてから急に塞ぎ込んじゃって。だから僕どうしたのって聞いてみたんだ。そしたらココロンは僕のこと抱きしめて。
The cold sensation of her tears permeates my fingertips.
そんなことがあったのか。
Letting those words slip out, I put the teddy bear back down. From how Uni described it, I can see more or less imagine. Coco went to the crash site. Most likely, she saw the disfigured crash victims. I'm sure an unimaginably terrible sight spread out before her. It'll only be natural to feel shock. She's a girl, and moreover, she was on the same plane as all those people. I understand how she feels. At the same time, I feel restless. She must be fairly distraught by now. And on top of that, another transfer occurred at the worst possible moment. I'm glad I'm glossing over that. It wouldn't be strange for her to lose it completely. Nevertheless, I can't be by her side. There's nothing I can do to comfort her. Like two magnetic poles with the same charge, we can never come in contact with each other. All I can do is...
ボイスレコーダーか。
You go like Gaslighting Lady and Mountain Man. So true, Satoru. I whisper unconsciously. Uni stares at me blankly.
ちょっと。
Excusing myself, I stand up from the table and go down in the underground storeroom. I take the voice recorder out of my pocket. I put my finger on the record button, but what should I say to her? I haven't really thought this through, but unable to restrain itself in my impatience, my finger moves on its own. The recording indicator lights up. I have to say something. Still thinking, I start to speak.
ああ。ユニカ墜落、俺はただ。
Do I remember? This is about the meaning of being alive? I think that's what it was. We'll find out quickly if it wasn't.
心、今、お前が生き
Yeah, that's what, it was this one.
よく考えてほしい。亡くなった、過ぎてしまっても生き残っ俺はそう思う。だから頭のいいよ、これだけいい心。お前は俺はいつで直接触れ合う。俺とお前は、だから、それじゃな。
Okay, I remember that one. We're good. You're so good at remembering. Thanks. I'm the rememberer. I hit the stop button. Maybe it's because I got caught up in the moment, but I ended up saying some pretty embarrassing things. I don't think it was all that embarrassing. I don't know. Well, it's Satoru, so to him it might be embarrassing. But I don't really feel like recording it over again. I thrust the voice recorder back into my pocket. I was like, hold on, maybe I don't remember it.
まだなの？退屈なんですけど。一緒になんかして遊ぼうよ。
Yuni's innocent voice reaches me from the upper floor.
今行くよ。
I answer and put a hand on the ladder. Boy, what an easygoing kid. Yuni doesn't seem to be the least bit troubled, even in this kind of situation. Stranded on a snowy mountain in midwinter, unable to make contact with the rescue team, but even then, how can Yuni? I suddenly feel a shock. As though lightning has struck me, I hurriedly jump down from the ladder I've been climbing.
どうしてこんな大事なことを忘れてたんだ。
So many disorienting events keep happening around me that I forget all about the most important things. And not just one or two inconsequential things either. Things that could decide whether I live or die. My mind goes into full operation in an instant. I consider the transfer phenomenon. Yuni's existence holds the key to solving it. Not the Yuni at Svea, but the Yuni at the shelter cabin. My guess is right, the Yuni here is from the year 2012. Both of them transferred only once, switching places with each other. But in spite of that, Yuni acts totally indifferent to what's going on. I'm certain that he knows something vital. For now, I have to ask him, why is Yuni's body at Svea? And I have to report this to Kokoro, too. She asked me in the message back at Svea how two Yunis can exist at the same time. Moreover, it seems she questioned the newspaper article as well, though that's natural. In other words, she's convinced that the world of Mount Akakura and the world of Svea both exist in the year 2011. I avoid discussing it in my message last night, but I can't deceive Kokoro any longer. If what I have to tell her is going to upset her, then I've got to resolve it. I'll offer as much information as I can give. I start recording again.
心、言い忘れたことがあって多分今
This is the, yeah, it's not 20, yeah.
受け入れたから。
え、僕のことがどう
Then
か
Yuni
した？
yells, yep. Fibber? Trickster, perhaps? Hello, Mike. Without warning, Yuni's head appears from the hole in the ceiling. I jump, dropping the voice recorder. I hurriedly pick it up. Right when I was in the middle of recording, I push the stop button and shove the voice recorder into my pocket.
それ、今のボイスレコーダー？なんか録音してたの？
ああ、まあちょっとな。
わかった。心にメッセージを吹き込んでたんでしょ。当たり？
How is this kid so sharp? Or no, maybe not. Maybe not be his intuition. I've been interrupted right in the middle of recording, but now that it's come to this, there's nothing I can do. Let's settle things with Yuni first.
話があるんだ。
Once I say that,
また質問？
he screws up his face in dissatisfaction. I return to the upper floor and walk to the back of the room.
話って。
Still sporting a sour look, he comes over. With both his arms dangling sluggishly, he stands before me. You ever heard of Svea?
お前、スフィアって聞いたことないか？
I don't have time for chit chat. I decided to go with a frontal attack.
ブルガリアの首都のことだっけ？
I think that's Sophia.
それはソフィアだろ？
Yeah.
はぐらかさないでね。
はぐらかしてなんかいないよ。
じゃあ質問を変えよう。俺と最初に会った時、お前なんて言ったか覚えてるか？
最初って一昨日のことだよね。そんな前のこと忘れちゃったよ。
そうか。じゃあ教えてやろう。お前はあの時、ただこの人は忘れちゃってるだけなんだから、あれどういう意味だったんだ？
どういう意味も何もないよ。ただ本当のことを言っただけで。
本当のこと？
だってそうでしょ？サトルは記憶喪失なんだから。
Oh!
待て、今なんて？
サトルは記憶喪失なんだからって言いました。
どうしてそんなことを知ってる？俺はこの避難小屋では 誰にも記憶喪失のことは言ってないはずだが。
Uh-oh, Uni. He finds himself lost for words. His facial expressions immediately freezes. His eyes dart around the room. It seems he's finally slipped
そ
up.
れにだ。仮にお前に記憶喪失のことを告げたとしても、それは後になってからのことだろ。あの時の俺たちはまだ初対面の段階だったんだ。人格が変わってることにも誰も気づいていなかった。俺自身でさえ何が起こったのか分かっていない状況で、なのにどうして人格が変わったことに気づいた。それが有機堂悟であり、その悟が記憶喪失に陥っているとはなぜ分かった。
Answer the question, sassy child.
多分信じてもらえないと思うけど、
Uni writes on the ground with his toe of his shoe as he answers.
僕には予知能力があるからだよ。
Okay. You got caught. Well, he's gonna do this to
予
us.
知能力？
ああ、そんなに驚くようなことじゃないんだ。
Sassy child. He has really good intuition. He's just good at this. Yeah, I mean, he's just a step above the rest of us, you know? The phone needs to stop telling me that it's getting warm outside. I know. I know it's warm outside. I don't need 3 updates an hour about that. I think it's an important text.
予知能力って言っても、本当にちょっと先の未来がぼんやりとわかるだけで。
I look deep into his eyes. The panic that was there a moment ago has completely vanished. I don't get it. I don't get it. I can't tell what he's thinking anymore.
やっぱり信じてもらえないよね。
There's nothing suspicious in the tone of his voice, but still, I feel like he isn't telling the truth. Really, there's very little credibility to what he just said. There's no way I can believe in precognition. What disturbs me most is the gap I feel between his tone and what he
予
said.
知能力か。
There's no way I'll actually believe that, but for now, let's go along with it.
証明してもらおうか。これから起こることを当ててみてくれ。未来のことなら何でもいい。一つだけでもいいから実際に予知してみせてくれよ。
Uni answers, gently knocking his fist against his jaw.
いいよ。それじゃあ手のひら出してみて。
え？
手のひらだよ。右でも左でもいいから見せて。
まさか手相を見るとか言い出さないよな。
言い出すけど、
それは予知でも何でもないだろう。ただの占いじゃないか。
占いだって予知能力の一種じゃん。もういいから見せてよ。
Uni grabs the palm of my hand and... Yoink. Sabbath time. How likely versus unlikely is this claim in an Uchikoshi game? It's a 50. Everything... Well, you guys know this. Everything has a probability of 50-50, right? Like, you guys understand how probability works? You have 50-50 chance that any event will happen. 50% that it will, or 50% that it won't. So, naturally, it's a 50-50 that's true. Well... But that's where the quantum entanglement comes in. Works 60% of the time, all the time. The feeling on the palm of my hand unexpectedly changes, and that isn't the only change. My posture, my field of vision, the smell in the air have all changed in a flash. Like magic. A transfer. I instantly recognize it. However, I can't understand the state of my body so instantly. I gradually confirm everything around me. First off, I'm in the private room at Sphia. My body is on the bed, lying on its side in the fetal position. I'm looking toward the window. Through it, the blue sky outside is visible. And in one of my hands, I feel someone else's palm. In other words, I'm lying in a bed, holding hands with someone. Suddenly, a faint but sweet scent tickles my nose. I know that fragrance from somewhere. No way. I turned over mechanically like a clockwork doll. Though there, a few centimeters from my nose, is Hotori's face. Shh, she's sleeping. I yank back in surprise. Hotori's arm falls to the bed with a thud. Just to be sure, I prod her cheek. She scratches the place I poked with the tip of one finger. Letting out a faint grumble, she turns over in her sleep. With her eyes still closed, she chuckles. Is she dreaming? At any rate, she doesn't seem to be suffering. Before the last transfer, she is in quite a state. I don't know what happened after that, but perhaps she blacked out and was carried to her room. We're in Hotori's room. Nothing strange about her being asleep in here. But me? Why is my body in a room? Furthermore, we were holding hands and lying on the bed together? So what in the world was Kokoro doing right before I came here? Every time I transfer, it's always the same question. I'm seriously fed up with it, and yet I can't help but think about it. Just to be on the safe side, I check over our clothes. Nothing out of place. Fair enough. Kokoro's conscious is female, so even if she entered a man's body, she surely wouldn't do such a thing. But wait, if Kokoro happens to have other tastes, then it'd be a totally different story. Anyway, I'm relieved that nothing happened. From the look of her calm, sleeping face, it seems I won't have to worry about Hotori. Kokoro was probably just here because of Hotori's fit. She'd stayed by her side. And as a result, they ended up falling asleep together. But given that Kokoro's a woman, there's nothing strange about it. Good for Kokoro, happy for her. Congrats. I somehow feel that I've caught a glimpse of Kokoro's kindness. I'd love to gaze at Hotori's sleeping face forever, but I don't have time right now. The time after a transfer is always busy. I silently step toward the exit as to not wake Hotori. Wake. Not wait. I return to my room. I take the wristwatch out of my pocket and confirm the time. 2:30 p.m. If I estimated that I stayed with Hotori for 5 minutes, then this transfer would have occurred at 2:25. My previous transfer was at 1:52. Therefore, I was at Mount Nakakura for... The transfer phenomenon has a pattern to it? Although I still can't be sure. I'm not checking the time immediately after the transfers, so the numbers in and of themselves aren't that trustworthy. Well, I'll think it over more carefully later. Next, I check to see if there are any messages. I pick up the notepad. No reply from Kokoro, which is to say, except for the time that she made the drawing, I've only gotten one proper response from Kokoro. Does she not like writing? But she could just talk into the voice recorder at the shelter cabin instead, so it can't be for that such a simple reason. A mother, persuading myself. The blank notepad in my hand, I stare at it until I feel dizzy, but no words materialize. I toss it onto the desk and lie down on the bed. I think about the uni of Mount Takakura. In the end, I've missed another chance to ask him something important. Could be true. The rational part of me wants to deny it to the bitter end, but another part of me wonders if it's really okay for me to dismiss it so easily. I don't believe him, but I also somehow feel as though I can. I'm at a stalemate. I curse my own decisiveness. In any case, I'll put the problem with uni on hold. The next time I transfer, I'll have to talk to him again. Leaving it for later, putting it on hold, delaying. I kind of feel like I'm procrastinating an awful lot of things. I'm not making any progress, which is the equivalent of saying that I haven't obtained any new information. I'm with you, Satoru. In Final Fantasy 14, people use paste bins for strats. For one fight, they use an old paste bins. People call it the old bin. The newest raids has you fight two girls. People ended up calling it the lesbian. Oh, silly MMO players. Culture. Lesbian strats, you know what to do. I scream, furiously scratching at my head. I jump off the bed in a rage. Mitai? I kick the desk with all my might. My toes hurt like hell. Oh. Holy shit. That time skip goes crazy for Yoshi's survival rate. In the end, night comes without me making any new progress at all. No transfers have occurred since then either. The matters of Uni and Hold 3 are still running through my head. And after that, I begin to worry about Lin and Kokoro. Furthermore, the mysterious transfer phenomenon that's tormenting both me and Kokoro. Just what is this phenomenon? What does it all mean? How did the two of us become involved in it? Is it a prank fate decided to play on us? Or maybe God's practical joke? Without one clue about my current situation, no, yes. I've unintentionally begun to cling to those illogical, mystical thoughts. Doing that is kind of like taking the easy way out, but I feel like if I don't, my brain cells will explode and gush out through my pores. I'll be perfectly honest. I don't even know how I would like come to terms with the situation. Like, I feel like Satoru, for all intents and purposes, is kind of holding it together pretty well. Because, like, the idea is you're trying to figure out the situation, but, like, the basis of it is, oh, our consciousnesses are switching, right? And not only are they switching, they're going through time. And, oh, by the way, there's a person that might also be teleporting through time at the same time. And it's like, well, all the rules for figuring out how stuff works kind of fucking out the window. You know what I mean? Like, it's so difficult to put anything together from that. Because, like, what rules don't you know that what don't you know that now exists? You don't know what you don't know. So I feel like coming up with these like crazy harebrained like explanations isn't even that insane, right? Like it's like, oh, maybe we're fucking teleporting now. Well, is that really all that strange at this point? Right now, my head is burning up from all the cross signals. In an attempt to cool it down somehow, Waxa? Oh, what the fuck? Ayahuasca. What? The known unknowns and the unknown unknowns. Yeah, there are known knowns, known unknowns, and unknown unknowns. Yes. I head outside to the terrace, exposing my body to the numbing chill of the midwinter wind. The moon is floating high in the eastern sky. It was a waning gibbous moon, so the moon is 19 days into its cycle. Over half its visible surface is illuminated. The moon has only just risen. I somehow get very relaxed, bathing in pale moonlight. All my worldly thoughts are cleared away, and the inside of my head becomes perfectly clear. It's like all my troubles are being sucked away. Standing on the terrace, I continue to absentmindedly gaze up at the moon. The waning moon shines down in its divine radiance, drifting in its infinite world. It looks like an arc being borne across the sky on the waves. And just as I have that thought, a voice comes from behind me. Turning around, I see.
内海さん、
こんなところにずっといると風邪ひくわよ。どうしたの？何か悩み事でも？
いや、いいんだ。
Trying to distract her, I give her a slight
それよ
smile.
り内海さんはどうしてここに？
実はね、あの液体の成分が判明したのよ。
液体って例のチーズにかけられてた？
そう。だからそれを教えてあげようと思って。
Utsumi rests her back against the railing of the terrace and crosses her arms over her chest. She combs her fingers through her silvery hair. Shining in the moonlight, her hair has a dreamlike radiance.
結論から言ってしまうけど、あの液体は。
Oop. She says, staring at me firmly.
そんな。じゃあどうしてあのネズミを？
待って、最後まで聞いて。私が言ったのは、注意事項を守って服用する分には有害ではないという意味。けれど、その禁忌を破れば、たちまち猛毒に。
So we OD'd the rat.
そういう薬品だったのよ。
具体的にはどんな薬だったんだ？
魔を阻害剤。
No.
それがあの液体の。
Why doesn't that have blue? Anyway.
魔を阻害罪。
そうここからはちょっと難しくなるから
Oh, because we're gonna have a live tip live tip explanation. Okay, my bad. My fault. I misunderstood.
まず魔を阻害剤とはどんな作用を持つ薬なのか MAO っていうのはモノアミンオキシダーゼの略
Monoamine oxidase.
モノアミン酸化酵素のことなの
Okay.
だから魔を阻
I'm
害
calling
剤
it
という
Mal.
のは文字通り体内にあるモノアミン酸化酵素の働きを阻害する薬品ってことでこのモノアミン酸化酵素っていうのはね体内に蓄積されると有害になる物質を速やかに代謝させる機能を持ってるの。例えばチラミンという物質とかモノアミン酸化酵素は食べ物の中に含まれるチラミンも分解してくれるのよ。ところでこのチラミンは交感神経を刺激する作用を持っている。交感神経っていうのは自律神経のうちの一つで血圧や血糖値を高めたり全身の血管を収縮させて血液を筋肉や脳に集めたりいい？ここまでまとめるわよ。魔を阻害剤はモノアミン酸化酵素の働きを抑制する。モノアミン酸化酵素はチラミンを分解してくれる。チラミンは交感神経を刺激する。交感神経は血圧を制御する。つまり魔を阻害剤を摂取することによって
分かったよ。もう十分だ。要するにこういうことだろ。
We're getting a live Satoru thought process. It's like this. And chemistry madness in this game. That's fun. For more information, look up Maoism. Completionist plus plus only took it. Oh, just a calm, cool 300 hours. Easy peasy.
モノアミン酸化酵素が
Congratulations.
分解してくれないがために交感神経は過剰に刺激され血圧が急激に上昇する。
さすが有機堂くんね。飲み込みが早いわ。じゃあ血圧が極度に上昇するとどんな症状が現れるかわかる？
そうだな。おそらく脳内の血管が破裂して最悪の場合は死に至るとか。
Which me nods deeply before
他に
continuing.
も肺浮腫や循環性虚脱、心筋梗塞、その他さまざまな高血圧症を併発する恐れがあるの。
でもちょっと待ってくれ、内海さん。モノアミン酸化酵素っていうのは初めから体内にあるものなんだろう。でもチラミンの方はい
いところに気がついたわね。私最初にこう言ったでしょ。魔を阻害剤は注意事項を守って服用する分には有害ではないって。その注意事項っていうのは
もしかしてチラミンを含有する食品と一緒に摂取してはならない。
だから逆に言えばチラミンが体内に残留していない状態だったらいくら魔を阻害剤を飲んだところでそれは無害ってことになるわ。チラミンは遅くとも48時間も経てば体の中からは完全に消えてしまう。モノアミン酸化酵素の作用によってね。つまり48時間以内にチラミンを含有する食品を口にしていなければ魔を阻害剤は悪影響を及ぼさないってこと。
で、チラミンって物質は
Cheese
一体どんな
contains
食べ
it.
物の中に？
それこそ数えきれないほどあるわ。
Oh, okay.
チョコレート、バナナ、イチジク、レーズン、レバー、ニシン、タラコ、スジコ、ワイン、ビール、コーヒー、それからヨーグルトやバターやチーズ。
I got it. I was right. Thank you. My boy Checkered Tag. Shout out my boy Checkered Deck. There for me since day one.
チーズ。
そうチーズ
I'm a big Abandoned deck fan. Checkered's good. Obviously, Checkered's really good, but Abandoned's my like favorite to play, I think.
そうか。だからあのネズミはあんな風に苦しんで。
That or Erratic. Because Erratic can be silly.
おそらく液体を持った人物は初めからそのことを知ってたんだと思うわ。そうでなければ魔を阻害剤とチーズを一緒に与えるなんて発想出てくるはずがないもの。
ってことは、そいつは最初からネズミを殺す目的で。
多分ね。
I begin to ponder, tapping a finger against my temple. Was Hotori the one who spread the mal inhibitor on the cheese after all? I simply relieved it from its pain. It was nagging on the kitchen floor. Isn't taking away pain and suffering like that the same as what a doctor does? Thinking about Hotori only makes me feel depressed. Pregnant girl. Huh? Shout out Checkered Deck. Even though it was sunny today, my body is frozen to the core from staying outside so long. Shivering, I enter the living area. The interior is enveloped in darkness. Utsumi is already gone, returning to her room. The only one remaining is Hotori.
ごめかごめかごの中の鳥はいついつでやる夜明けの晩につると亀がすべった後ろの正面誰
She's all by herself, croning that song, sitting right against the window, basking in the moonlight. How long has she been sitting there? Did you hear the conversation between me and Utsumi? I approach Hotori, unsteadily, as though lured towards her. But what should I talk to her about? I can't just ask about the mal inhibitor straight out. When I pressed her again about this in the afternoon, Hotori became extremely agitated. She's mentally ill. It's probably pretty dangerous to excessively stimulate her for no good reason. And besides, what good would come of asking her about the mal inhibitor? Wouldn't help anything if I did confirm that Hotori was the one who did it. She beat that rat to death, and what's more, she already admitted it out of her own free will. Isn't that more than enough? I stand beside Hotori thinking about it, and then...
ねえサトル
Before I can open my mouth, Hotori begins to talk instead. However, her eyes don't turn to face me. She blankly gazes into the darkness outside. Her body has the appearance of a ghost in the pale moonlight.
サトルはカゴメ歌にどんな意味が込められてるのか
どうしたんだよ、突然。
別にただ知ってるかなと思って
Let's say I don't know it.
カゴメ歌の意味か。
The whole opposites thing. Why don't you explain it to me?
残念ながら知らないな。
サトルってば博学だと思ってたのにこんなことも知らないんだ
こんなことだから知らないんだけどな。
カゴメ歌のカゴメっていうのはねお腹の大きな女性のことを表してるの、身ごもった女と書いてカゴメつまり妊婦のことその次の歌詞カゴの中の鳥はいついつでやるこれはねお腹の中にいる赤ん坊がいつ生まれてくるかっていう意味なんだ
Okay, this is just okay.
さらに夜明けの晩晩っていうのは異変の晩のことじゃなくて女編の晩
Yeah, there's no hope I would have gotten to ever understand this.
分娩の弁の字のことを示してるの
And this is like this looks like advanced Japanese. Let me just get out my advanced Japanese notes real quick. Hold on. Real fast. Let me just pull these out. So, I know there's something about these. It's blank. Even in Japanese, the children's game lyric is seen as open-ended. Oh, excellent. Oh, so like Omega advanced.
じゃあその次の鶴と亀が滑ったっていうのは
鶴と亀はおめでたいものの象徴でしょ。それが滑ったってことは、あとは言わなくてもわかるよね。
I begin to think. Kagame refers to a woman who's using her body as a cage. The bird probably refers to a baby, and the lyrics are asking when will the baby be born. The answer immediately follows: the birth will never happen. The birth will happen near dawn. However, the joyful celebration has slipped and floated away. Baby dies? Motori's eyes never stray from the window. Why is she so sleepily? What is she so sleepily looking at? As time passes, the darkness outside deepens even further.
ちょっと待ってくれ、ほとり。気づいたと言っても全てを理解したわけじゃない。最後の歌詞の意味、後ろの正面っていうのは一体。
さあ。
Sophisticated poetry.
それは私にもわかんないんだ。
You forgot the tilde. No, is it the tilde? No. What's the little squiggly? Is that tilde's the? Hold on. That's the okay. That is okay. I'm not crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room, a rubber room with a rat. The rat made me crazy. I'm having trivia flashbacks. You know, that question was great.
本当に後ろの正面にいるのって。
Without another word, Hotori gets up and heads to her room. However, she's leaving. She stops and turns to me.
ああ、そうだ。賭けのこと覚えてるよね。頼みたいことがあるの。聞いて。
She hands me some kind of object and continues.
調べといてくれないかな。ユニの部屋で見つけたんだけど。じゃあ、よろしくね。
Leaving those words behind, she disappears through the door. Found them in Uni's room. I open my palm. Pills. It's some kind of medication. The package has the word Rezenin printed on it. A benzodiazepine, an anti-anxiety agent. Binds to BZD receptors as well as GABA A receptors. Suppresses nerve stimulation and puts the body into a relaxed state. Results in anxiolytic anti-anxiety action, sedative hypnotic action, muscle relaxation, and anti-convulsion action. Its anti-anxiety effect is so powerful, it is said that it is 5 times more potent than average anti-anxiety drugs. After taking the drug, the highest concentration in the bloodstream will be achieved after an hour. The manifest of its effects is somewhat faster. The half-life within the bloodstream is 6 to 20 hours. The drug is classified as having short to medium-term effects. It is a very useful drug because its drowsiness side effect for a minor tranquilizer is relatively weak.
調べてくれって言われてもな。
Complaining, I slipped the pills in my pocket. But why did Hotori suddenly start talking about the Kagame song? Judging from her tone, it didn't feel like it was just idle chit-chat.
カモメ歌か。
Somehow it feels like the truth about her is hidden within that song. The living area has become devoid of light. I've gotten completely wrapped up in my own thoughts here in the darkness. It doesn't seem like a very productive way to pass the time. If I have the time to do stuff like this, I should get moving instead. Thinking that, I begin to wonder where to go. Since the time the sun had set, I talked to both Utsumi and Hotori, which leaves Uni. My feet automatically begin to take me there. Stars Prince. Stars. On opening the door, I see Uni standing in front of the fridge with a glass tilted toward his mouth. There's mineral water within it. It looks like he just took a drink.
どうしたのサトル？
Uni asks, placing his empty glass on the desk. I can't answer the question, what is it? There isn't anything in particular I want to ask him. After all, the consciousness of the Uni here right now belongs to the Uni of 2011. Of course, it'd be a different story for the Uni in the shelter cabin. I have a mountain of questions for him. But no matter what I ask this Uni of the past, I don't think his answers will have much significance. No, but it's not like I can say that for sure, is it? It isn't like I found any concrete evidence that the Uni at Sphia is really the Uni of 2011.
つかぬことを聞くけど、
I tried throwing out a particular question in order to confirm
今年
it.
って何年だったっけ？
何言っちゃってんだよサトル。そんなことも忘れちゃったの？
うん、まあそう思ってもらっても構わない。で、何年なんだ？何年だと思う？
もうしょうがないな。教えてあげるからちゃんとメモっといてよ。
I like the build up for him telling me the
今年
year.
は2011年だよ。
そうか。そうだったな。ありがとう。
With that, I leave Uni's room. I guess right after all. It's the year 2012 here at Sphia, but in spite of that, Uni just told me it's the year 2011. Could there be any better evidence than this? Uni transferred just once, jumping through time, but his testimony alone isn't enough. Just to be sure, I feel it's necessary to get the testimony of a third party as well. As for what kind of testimony I'm after...
なあ、内海さん。
あら、どうしたのユキドくん？
実はちょっと聞きたいことがあって。
何？
今は西暦何年だったっけ
？2012年よ。
Utsumi answers without the slightest hesitation. My conviction becomes even firmer. If my memory matches with a third party's testimony, it's good enough to support my thinking in regard to it being the year 2012 in Sphia. However, the Uni here is convinced that it's 1 year in the past. That's to be expected. On January 11, 2011, Uni, who was a passenger on flight HAL 18, had been thrown out onto Mount Takakura and by some twist of fate ended up at this facility. That said, he hadn't transferred over and over again like Kokoro and me. He only changed places once. The past Uni's consciousness had gotten stuck in the future Uni's body, and vice versa. Why did the transfer only happen once to Uni? I groped along the wall until I find the light switch and flip it on. The living area is empty. My body sinks deep into the sofa as I kick my feet up onto the table. No matter how much I think about Uni, there's no end to it. I have to get more information out of him at the shelter cabin. He said he had the power of precognition, but that has to be a lie.
ユニのやつね。
I don't know whether he hears my muttering or not, but... The door to his room opens and Uni suddenly appears from behind it. He rushes over to me, calling out in a cheerful voice. He hops onto the sofa. In that instant, my consciousness is suddenly yanked away. Yoink! Heteronomy. I gotta say, I only have room for 2 more columns of these names. But I have crammed a great deal thanks to the one-word titles onto one page. I'm on the bed in the shelter cabin with my body lying down under a blanket. No, rather than my body, I guess I ought to say Kokoro's body. I immediately check the time. The wristwatch on my right hand indicates 10:15 p.m. I get up and walk to the center of the cabin. I look all around myself. Yomagi is squatting in front of the stove, throwing wood onto the fire. Up on the top bunk, Lynn is asleep with her back to us. The most crucial survivor, Uni, is nowhere to be seen. Yes, he's the most crucial. This time I'll get the truth out of him no matter what. Could be down in the storeroom? I try asking
な
Yomagi.
あ、おっさん。
When I call out to him, Yomagi turns around and responds.
いい加減そのおっさんっていうのやめてもらえないかな、有機道君。
え？
有機道君だろ。さすがに話し方で区別がつくようになったよ。
Well, this certainly is a welcome development. Now I can finally skip the explanation every
そうい
time.
えば、冬川さんが何か録音してたみたいだよ。ボイスレコーダー。
心が？
あ、君は彼女は倉庫にいたから内容まではわからなかったけどね。ブツブツ何かつぶやいてたから、おそらく。
そうか。ありがとう。
I decided to immediately go listen to the voice recorder. Standing in the corner of the room, I pressed the playback button. I put my ear to the speaker and wait for Kokoro's voice to play.
心です。メッセージ聞きました。どうして今年が2012年だなんて言うの？今年勘違いちょっと休み。みんなにも繰り返推進腕時計。
Hi, Kokoro. The content itself doesn't come as much of a surprise. The fact that Kokoro is convinced that it's the year 2011 is understandable, of course, because in the shelter cabin, saying it's the year 2011 is correct no matter how you look at it. She said I asked everyone, but that everyone is probably just the other refugees in the shelter cabin. They all said it was the year 2011. Again, a reasonable statement. It seems like what I tried to say didn't come across very well. My last message had been cut short due to Uni's unexpected intrusion, too. I ended up not being able to tell her everything. In the world you're in right now, it's only 1 year later, the year 2012. That's pretty much what I said. It's only natural for her to misunderstand. I decided to reply to her once more. I pushed this record button and raised the microphone to begin speaking.
サトルだ。まずは君の要望はできるだけ俺たちはパートナーだがし腕に何ちなみにそもそももうジェントルマン腕時計そんなわけだ。
After recording that, I take the opportunity to remove the wristwatch. This is war. This time, I'm going to hide it where you'll never be able to find it. I approach Yomigi.
ちょっとこれ預かっててもらえないか。
Without waiting for an answer, I shoved the wristwatch into his pocket.
預かる。
いいから何も聞かずに頼むよ。大事な時計なんだ。なくしたら困るからおっさんに。
Yomigi tilts his head to the side. I flash him a thumbs up. Then I leave the cabin. I go outside so that for now, Yomigi won't ask too many questions. Not that it would really matter if he did, but having to explain everything would be a pain. I sit down on the steps just outside the cabin door and resume recording.
さて、前回今年が俺は前のメッセージで心のいる世界でもあの時は心がボイスレコーダーを聞くことそんな当たり前のことあの時俺の言った今現在つまりわかるか担当直スフィアのある世界俺と心の飛び越えてる俺たちが陥人格効果と言ってもどうせとにかくスフィア2000俺と心は2つ答えは俺がつまり俺はだから18便が墜落これでもまだ仕方ないそれじゃあ昨日のスフィアでのだってそうじゃなければ同時心はでもな片方のもう片方の時間軸上の異なったっていうか未来にも過去でもな
Okay. And just when I'm about to go on, the moon floating in the eastern sky above, its shape catches my eye.
すまない心なんというか今俺はいやこのことは後で教えるよひとまずメッセージは待った大事なことを伝え忘れるところだったいいか心スフィアではこれはお願い言い方は詳しいことに命はじゃ
I stop recording. That last addition is of course because I'm concerned about the Mal inhibitor. Maybe the culprit is planning on getting me to ingest it using some kind of underhanded method. I can't say for sure that it's not a possibility, but I don't have time to explain to Kokoro about the Mal inhibitor, the monoamine oxidase, or the tyramine. I can't list all the food she can't eat either. To begin with, it's not like I know whether any given food is tyramine in it or not. That's why I said don't eat anything. As long as my body doesn't eat anything in the next 48 hours, the Mal inhibitor can do no harm. I hope Utsumi wasn't mistaken. I've etched her every word deep into my mind. Now then, that aside. Isomorphism. We're gonna talk about how the moon's the same shape now. I didn't read that. Before anything else, the moon, the shape of the moon. Just what the hell does this mean? That's the same waning gibbous moon I saw before, isn't it? It goes without saying that I saw that sphere. This is the shelter cabin. How can it be exactly the same? According to the lunar cycle, there's no way the moon can be in the same phase 1 year as it was the same day of the previous year. Moreover, even its position in the sky is more or less the same. The eastern sky. It's risen somewhat higher than before and is moving along a southward orbit, but it's still in pretty much exactly the same position. Hey, Kokoro. I begin to walk as though guided by the moonlight. The light hits the white field of snow, creating a dreamlike veil of mist around it. Everything around me is azure, like the color of will-o'-wisps. The mysterious quality of the scene before me almost has me convinced that I've stepped into a dream world. I continue my staggering progress forward. In trance, my mind is blank. Within that dim consciousness, there's only one thing, like a hunch. The faces of the moon, the Mount Akakura, and the Aosigi Island are the same. If that's true, then it can't be 2011 in Mount Akakura. It's the year 2012, just like at Aosigi Island. No, that's impossible. Then how do you explain Yomugi and the rest? They should have died a year ago. How can dead people be alive in the year 2012? In my hazy mental state, I can't think of anything else. Ahead of me is the arc glowing palely. No matter how far I run, I'll never be able to catch up to it. Though it remains stubbornly reticent, that light kindly illuminates a path for me, inviting me, summoning me. Desperately, I continue chasing after the light of the arc. Turning around, I see how the shelter cabin has grown small in the distance. It's been built in the middle of a mortar-shaped depression. I turn back and continue my slow ascent of the gentle slope. Climbing. Before long, I reach the top, and what I see there is... This is what I was asking for yesterday. This is what I wanted to see yesterday. Hello, Ocean. Why are you here? What the fuck? Does the ocean make sense yet? No. No, not really yet. But I did ask. Yesterday I said, I'm like, game, I would like something new. And, well, I'll be damned. We're back at the ocean now. A vast ocean covered in a velvety sheen. A series of gently rolling waves repeatedly layer on each other on the bountiful surface of the ocean. The immense ocean is dyed jet black and spreads out without end. The soft moonlight kisses the waves, and they left off a slick and captivating luster. Looking upward, the starry sky seems like it's about to overflow. Far off in the distance, I can see the line where the horizon divides the sea and the sky. Looking to either side, I can see the bow-shaped coastline stretching far away in either direction. White caps break against the shore. Even from here, the faint ripple of the waves reaches my ears, a sweet melody like a lullaby. This is Mount Akakura, more than 1,200 meters above sea level. So why is there a beach 0 meters above sea level here? I break into a dash. I have to tell the others about this. This is like a bad sketch. For there to be an ocean so close, and yet in spite of that, they're shutting themselves in that shelter cabin, waiting for a rescue team to arrive. It's too ridiculous. Why have they never noticed it before? Pushing through the packed snow, I run on. I all but tumble down the hill. But the shelter cabin is my goal. With the goal of returning to their sides, I finally reach the cabin. I noisily clamber up the steps, and just as I reach out my hand to throw open the door... Tough. Just swim away, Lamau. Easy. Oh. Here we go again. Here we go again on my own. Going down the only road I ever know. Anyway, sorry about that. My surroundings change in an instant. Darkness, I can't see a thing. But I can feel something like a piece of cloth covering me. Startled, I sweep it away. I can tell instantly. How many transfers does this make? They always seem to occur whenever something important is going on, as if they're carefully choosing their timing. I take the wristwatch in my pocket and check the time. Wondering that, I return the watch. What was Kokoro doing until just now? In bed with the blanket over her head? Move to the desk and grab the notepad lying there. There aren't any new messages. I think it's something ahead outside. The pathway stretching all the way to the front gate. As I walk, I look up at the moon for confirmation. Waiting gibbous. Its shape resembles an open mouth, making it almost seem like it's laughing at me. I stand before the gate, trying to figure out how to open it. I notice a small control panel to the left. There appears to be a card reader that controls. I have a combination. Hold on. Nope, I prepped for this. Yep. The deep slot in the side makes me recognize it immediately. The wheels in my head are turning a little more quickly today. Is it because of the chilly moonlight? They say that the moon has a great effect on the workings of the human mind after all. At any rate, from the sound of card readers, solution immediately follows. I plunge my hand in my pocket and pull it out. Okay, well, they're just going to give me the ID card number. All right. If they didn't, I was ready for it, though. I just want to say that. Just want to point that out. It's the ID card I found in my room yesterday. Maybe it'll open if I use this. But with great anticipation, I slide the card through the reader's slot. I also wrote down the number. Very based, Twink. Oh! Just leave, Lamal. It's a little anticlimactic how easily it opens. I move my car from the terminal and leave through the gate. Oh, we did. Okay. A faint sense of liberation. However, that's all. I'm finally free. I don't feel the impulse to yell anything like that. Come to think of it, the idea of developing a plan to somehow free myself from Sia never occurred to me. Even though I've thought I want to free myself from this exchange phenomenon on many occasions. Hey, this looks familiar. Between that, the shelter cabin, and the killer chasing me, I've had my hands more than full with those three things alone. The front gate opened disappointingly easily. The reality of actually being able to leave Sphia doesn't bring me any great joy. Now then, it goes without saying that this is the coast. It's less than a minute's walk from the front gate. The beautiful white sand of the shoreline stretches out from east to west. Sphia is on Alsigi Island, so there's nothing strange about the ocean being here. But before my eyes are gently rolling waves, repeatedly piling on each other. The immense ocean is colored a jet black. The waves, kissed by the moonlight, let off a slick and captivating luster. And looking upwards, the starry sky seems like it's about to overflow. Far off in the distance, the line where the horizon divides the sea and sky. The bow-shaped coastline, white caps that break against the shore, and the faint ripple of the waves, like a lullaby. It's a perfect copy. This is the same view of the sea that I saw at Mount Akakura. I find myself unable to speak. Some frightening reality is steadily approaching. Only the ominous premonition remains, swirling in my chest like a whirlpool. It's drowning, save my cursor. Wow! Okay, you can swim now. It's good. No, don't eat the cheese this time. The cheese is poison. You have to retake my cyber awareness class. Hey, oddball. Well, we're teleporting too now. I mean, look, guys, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, okay? I'm not gonna figure this out until it's laid out for me. It's not even Dark Cloud anymore. You just have cheese. Can I get 733 and 735? Speaking of cheese, did I talk about this? I got Oblivion Game of the Year edition for $3. Prepare. We'll be eating a lot of cheese wheels. Oh, Kingdom Come. We're good. Kingdom Come. Yeah, I thought, yeah, and that's where I thought Groshen was mushrooms. And that's another good quote. I return to my room and lie face up on my bed speculating. The moon, the ocean. I have no idea what's happening. It's like some black magic has been cast upon me. Everything about this is so totally irrational that I can't help feeling like I've been cursed. If I wanted to dispel this curse, I should just gather my resolve, forget about everything, and make my escape from Sphia. The ID card is still in my pocket after all. If I wanted to, I could go forth with this plan at any time. However, it's because I could go forth with it at any time that I return to Sphia. It's irritating, but I can't run away from here yet. If I did, what would happen to Kokoro? To Lin? To Yomagi? If I leave them now, they'll be caught up in an avalanche and die on January 17th. I can't abandon them. There's no way I would do something like that. And then there's the matter of the killer pursuing me. I'm glad this came up. And I've lost the question. It's gone. Nope, never mind. Forget it. Quickly as it showed up, it disappeared. Oh, no. Sword and Night and Flame. Elden Ring. Is that any good for an intelligence build? I'm debating if I want to spec the extra points in the Faith to use it over the Carrion Longsword, which I'm kind of getting tired of. To any Elden Ring people, that's my open-ended question. I'm just using different weapons, so like I'm not looking for like best, or I'm just, if it's terrible, I'm not gonna put 8 more points in the Faith. I think it's Night and Flame. It's the legendary one you get at the Carrion Manor. I still have plenty of questions about the exchange phenomenon. It's impossible for me to just forget all about these uncertain mysteries after all. I just started relatively blind, so I am so sorry. I did not mean to start ripping locations and weapons like that. My apologies. I will note that for the future. I don't know how. Okay. Very fun. Goes well with staff. Okay, cool. Then, okay, I'll probably spec some points in the Faith for it. Sweet. Thank you. It's just the way I am. Until everything's been resolved, I'll stay here, come what may. Oh, you've watched? Okay. We're good. I understand now. Excellent. Phew. That's valid. Until everything's been resolved, I'll stay here, come what may. I'll never be satisfied if I don't. It'd be fine for me to make my escape after that, because the possibility remains open to me as long as I have my ID card. Are we on the same island right now? That would, well, I guess when the shelter cabin teleports, I wonder if we're on the same island. Yeah, my plan was to stick mainly with intelligence spells. I've been absolutely like just fucking rocking Comet Shard right now. And I've gotten both of Renala's remembrance items, the moon and the staff. But I can't use those for a while because I got like 40 int right now. And I need to level a little bit of mind and endurance. Because I've been woefully forgetting about those. So I just wanted to know if it was worth putting like 10 levels in, if it was any fun. If it is fun, I'll absolutely do it. Don't get hit and the stats aren't important. Well, it's important if you can't use the weapons. Oh yeah, we haven't gotten to Altus yet, so I'm just. They would still deal some damage. Gotcha. We're level like 80 something. I've got, I think, what, 40 int, 33 vigor, 12 endurance, 20 some mind, 12 faith because we were approaching the Lake of Rot, and I was like, I need flame cleanse me. I've been using Carrion Knight Sword, and I'm just getting bored of it. So I might swap to the wing, because I think I have the stats for the wing. I think I need one more dex. Should use only these sorceries, or these are the cold ones. I've been using Carrion, and I've been using Glintstone. The Loretta's Great Bow has been my my main spell just because it looks cool. Is it good? No, but I don't care. And then I have Carrion Phalanx I use before every battle starts, because it's just like some free damage. Oh, and I use Carrion Greatsword because that ability is fucking incredible. It's quite a good one. Okay, cool. I might use that for a little while then, and then I'll kind of just keep building up the Sword and Night and Flame. Is that the mace? I definitely want to give that mace a shot. We just haven't fought that boss yet. I made the rule that I'm not allowed to lead them anywhere unless they're about to lock themselves out of something, which hasn't really happened yet. Because I don't want to... The flail? Yeah, okay, that's what I meant. It's the one with the, like, it looks like the baby toy. It's the weapon from the big fucker you fight underground. Yeah, you know what I mean. Chad is a good, don't care. Cold sorceries. As long as I have my ID card. Okay, cool. Excellent. Thank you all very much. I appreciate that. Trauma team? Holy shit! In my Remember 11? As I lie brooding over it, a transfer occurs. My Kokoro's body is on a bed. It's, so to speak, sitting like a girl. I stretch out my legs and jump off the bed. The girl's sitting like a girl? Huh? Crazy? What? The date has already changed. I can see Uni and Lin up on the bunk beds. Sounds like they're asleep. I can hear them breathing, but I can't see Yomagi anywhere. I take a look into the storeroom, but there's nobody there. I open the front door. Yomagi is standing outside. With his back to me, he gazes up at the moon. Even though he should have heard the sound of the door opening, he doesn't turn around. I hesitate. Should I tell him the truth or not? The sea is likely still there even now. These small hills surrounding the shelter cabin. If you climb up and then descend the slope, you can reach the coast. Should I tell him? No, now's not the right time. That's what I think. Even if the four of us escape from here, it won't solve everything. Right now, Kokoro's consciousness is in my body. At the same time, my consciousness is in Kokoro's. What would happen if I left Mount Akakura in this state? It's quite plausible that we get stuck like this, unable to ever return to normal. And even if we could, that wouldn't necessarily mean the end of the exchange phenomenon. It feels more like it's going to continue forever. Again, we can escape at any time. If I rush things, I run the risk of causing irreparable damage, and that would cause big trouble. So I just keep quiet. I decided not to tell Yomagi about it yet. Right now, my top priority is to elucidate the cause of the exchange phenomenon. Now is not the time to be taking risks. As I stand there thinking, Yomagi suddenly speaks up. Poor Junichi. Bathed in moonlight, he looks somewhat forlorn. The smoke from his cigarette climbs into the air. That sigh that spills from his lips is tinged blue. I stand beside him and ask, gazing up at the waning gibbous moon with him. I can't say anything. I can't find the words. On any other occasion, I'd have been surprised to hear the name Inubushi Keiko. But for some reason, my heart stays perfectly quiet, without any agitation or confusion, enveloped by a still calmness, or calm stillness even. But deep in my chest, a bitingly cold pain eats at me. Oh?
の分だと命日には間に合いそうもないな。どうしてこんなことになってしまったんだか。
The ashes from a cigarette fall lightly to the ground. With a faraway look in his eyes, he stares up at the arc in the sky. I want to say theory, but I don't know if that's allowed. If you have zero knowledge of the game, you're free to. Go for it. I run on the trust system. I assume that you won't look anything up if you're going to do that. Yeah, I think that's all right. And the orchestrator thinks it's all right. Oh, you got the 99% permission you needed from me, and the extra 1% permission to make it a full 100. Yeah, go for it. Fucking hit us with it. My thing is, I don't know how this child, like, I guess, comes into it. I don't know if Uni is supposed to be like a, well, he's too old, I guess, to be a clone of Junichi, I think, from what I understood his age to be. Maybe, no, Uni's the same age as him. So he could be a clone, although they don't, well, I guess the photo I saw was way younger, so who the fuck knows? They could easily go, oh, look, he changed so much since that photo. And I'd be like, all right, yep, I guess. I just don't know how we're teleporting or why we're exchanging minds or... But we've gained some good info today so far, and we're like only halfway through the day. My theory is the people did die, as seen in the newspaper. I'm with you there so far. And this is some zany plan to teleport their minds into the future to save them. And I had that idea because it seems to remember other things with regard mind things. It could be. Could definitely be. Could very much be. 3:30 a.m. I'm sitting in the corner of the living room. I'm doing this in order to ambush a certain someone the moment she leaves her room. If my intuition is correct, will definitely come. Oh, here we go. This might crack your theory wide open. Last night, after listening to Yomigi's story, I burrowed into my bed. Oh my god. Wait, hold on. This doesn't explain anything in terms of the mind transfer part. But what if everybody in the cabin right now, on your thought, is a clone? Not just one of them, but every single one of them is a clone using their memories that they somehow recover at the crash site. I don't even fucking know how. It could... I guess it depends on whether or not the that's what I thought. Yeah, exactly. I wonder if the a little bit of it hinges on whether or not the cabin and Sphia are in the exact same spot, if that makes sense, right? So if he walks up over the hill and he's standing in the exact location, which I don't think is what they're saying, of when he walks out the front gate of Sphia, then okay, my theory is a little, but the other thing that confuses me, and this might just be them being fucky with the timeline because we're jumping back and forth a bunch, is how we were able to walk so far and why the snowstorm comes and goes. Because there's got to be some sort of explanation as to like the whole series, like the whole of a series of events where we're like spending hours walking in the blinding snow to the plane, to the quote rescue supplies, right? And then the avalanche happens at the exact right time, and then we're teleported to the future or something. I don't know exactly. A little foggy on those details, but Satoru's the scientist who came up with this plan. Now that That'd be a little twist. I figure he just works at Sphia. I mean, maybe Sphia is like a clone research facility. It's actually 3012, not 2012. So basically Truman Show style to copy the past. I could see that. I could see that. I could definitely see that. Last night, after listening to Yomigi's story, I burrowed into my bed at the shelter cabin and fell deep in thought. While I was pondering things, I had returned to Sphia. I was only on my bed with my eyes closed. From the position of my body, I could tell that Kokoro's consciousness had already gone to sleep, but I didn't feel the least bit tired. A flurry of sparks were going off inside my mind. Instead of counting sheep, I was lost in thought, thinking over everything that's happened over the last few days. I say thinking, but it's not such a straightforward matter. I believe that many of the problems are interconnected, like a mesh of a net, and have built up upon each other into a complex multi-layered structure. If I think about one problem, I have to consider another related problem as well. And when I start thinking about that, yet another one comes to mind. Like this, my thought process continues on and on without end. If I can grasp the thread and reel it in somehow, I feel like all the pieces will fall into place right away. But at present, nothing makes me feel like I'm getting any closer to finding it. I can only continue to grope my way through the fog of endless questions spreading out around me. If I strive to see it as a whole, I lose sight of the details, and if I try to narrow my field of vision and study a particular point, I lose my perspective on the whole thing. That's pretty much that's exactly what I was referencing. And if I try to narrow my field of vision and study a particular point, I lose perspective on the whole thing. The infinity loop! This is a dilemma. But I also can't continue to flounder this way. I have to keep going forward without worrying about failure ever forward. And in order to do that, I have to make up my mind and start cutting this chain apart at the links. If I can't disentangle these intricately woven threads, then I have no choice but to snip them apart into manageable bundles. For convenience's sake, I've named the big proposition that incorporates every aspect of the problem R. Following that, I've sorted the contents of R into 3 main parts. R1. This is peak. I lied. This specific one is peak. Because this is the most batshit insane way to do this. R1, the personality transfer. R2, my goals of both Aosagi Island and Mount Akakura. R3, Utsumi and Hotori. I'll list everything I figured up until now. R1, the personality transfer. First off, this phenomenon begins on January 11th around 8 to 9 p.m. Ever since then, each transfer from Aosagi Island to Mount Akakura has occurred irregularly, following no apparent schedule. On the other hand, I did discover a regularity in the transfers from Mount Akakura to Aosagi Island. The times of my transfers on January 12th. I assume we're done committing things to that. Hit a couple emotes to knock it off the screen, and then yeah, you can tell Twink to come back. I got my comparison in. Transfer to the shelter cabin, 1:40 p.m. Return to Sphia. 6:03 p.m. Transfer to the shelter cabin. Blank. Return to Sphia. 7:33. Transfer to the shelter cabin. 8:06. Return to Sphia. The times of my transfers on January 13th. 1:52. Transfer to the shelter cabin. 2:25. Return to Sphia. 10:15. Transfer. 10:48. Yeah. As the listing indicates, the period of time my consciousness can spend on Mount Akakura is limited to 33 minutes. Oh, I didn't mean to tab out there. One more emote, and then you're good to go. It seems clear that these 33-minute periods of time allow for no fluctuation or more or less the absolute rule. Thank you, Oddball. Of course, I say this from my own standpoint, for Kokoro's consciousness is exactly the opposite. The period of time Kokoro's consciousness can stay on Aosagi Island is set at 33 minutes, but there's no rule governing her time on Mount Akakura. In this manner, we transfer back and forth between our bodies. When I'm in her body, she's in mine, and when I'm in my body, she's in hers. Something like that, anyway. The next step is to come up with a strategy for bringing this phenomenon to a conclusion. I wish to end these annoying and puzzling personality transfers as quickly as possible, and Kokoro probably feels the same. It's only natural. Kokoro and I each just want to lead a normal life. who want to fall in love, work, play, build a family, and eventually become grandparents just as much as anyone else. We long for that kind of normal human life. I have no intention of being endlessly jerked around by some personality transfer. What's more, these transfers aren't occurring in parallel, but across a 1-year time gap. In other words, a time jump and a personality transfer occur together. A really, honestly, seriously, maddeningly, accursedly annoying situation. If I can speak plainly, what I'd really love to do is to wash my hands of it completely and run away to some tropical island. But even if I escape to Cydonia on the planet Mars, unless we're currently on the planet Mars. Didn't think about that, now did we? There's still no guarantee that the transfer would stop. And that's why I had to find a way to solve it all, here and now. Because it could very well be that the one fated to die in the avalanche on January 17th of 2011 might not be Kokoro, but me. And even if, for argument's sake, it were Kokoro's consciousness, I'm not sure what would happen to me after that. Perhaps the transfers continue even after one of us dies. And if that's the case, the next time I transfer, that would mean I'd be buried forever under the freezing snow. Just the thought of it makes my hair stand on end. I've got to do everything I can to keep it from happening. Our time limit is drawing even nearer. By January 17, 3 days from now, I'll have to figure out this phenomenon and put an end to these transfers, no matter what it takes. That's my mission. But to find the solution, I first have to ascertain its cause. You know, also confusingly, the whole uni saying we see a body, we do see a body in both Sphia and Malakakura. I didn't even think about that from his whole fortune telling John. I first have to ascertain its cause, and to tell the truth, I haven't the slightest idea how I'm going to do that. However, I do have plenty of information, and some part of it might hold the very clue that I need. 1. The moon. Why did I see the same phase of the moon on both Manakakura and Aosagi Island? The phase that I observed last night, January 13th, in both places corresponds to this night in 2012. 2. The ocean. Once I climbed out of that mortar-like depression, what did I see the ocean? Why did I see the ocean? And it isn't as though I saw it in the distance either. It was right there, right under our noses. Moreover, at Aosagi Island, when I opened the front gate of Sphia, there was an ocean waiting there for me as well. What does it mean? 3. The existence of Uni. Up until now, I was convinced of this. That the Uni who exists in body at Mount Akakura is the same one who, at the end of a long struggle, had finally reached the shelter cabin after surviving the crash. And the Uni at Aosagi Island was the one who had been found by the rescue team on January 17th, 2011 and come to Sphia 1 year later. After that, they experienced the same exchange phenomenon as Kokoro and I, but only swapped bodies once. That's the reason behind the discrepancies in their memories and various other aspects, or so I imagined. But that doesn't seem to be the case. To begin with, the two Unis transferring only once, transferring only once, while Kokoro and I transferred back and forth multiple times. It's unnatural no matter how much you think about it. There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. No, it's still nothing more than a hypothesis. I'll have to reinvestigate this once I gather more proof. Part 2. My goals are both Aosagi Island and Mount Akakura. The body is Mount Damon in Martian. Mortar-like, as in an impact. Third impact? Eva reference? Anyway. My goals are both Aosagi Island and Mount Akakura. I've just taken it upon myself to make figuring out the exchange phenomenon and putting an end to it my goal. But to be honest, that sort of takes a back seat to my other two goals. In other words, beyond just figuring out the exchange phenomenon, I have two other duties that I consider to be most important. The first is finding out who's trying to kill me at Aosagi Island. Of course, since my investigation would be meaningless if I lose my life in the process, it goes without saying that my goal here is to keep giving whoever it is the slip and staying alive. Who is it that pushed me off the clock tower, tried to drown me in the bathtub, and tried to stab me in the dark? Is it Hotori, Utsumi, or an unseen fifth person, hidden somewhere within this facility? I think it's impossible for it to be Uni no matter what. No, I can't completely deny that possibility. How the hell did things turn out this way? How did I end up with someone out to kill me? Anyway, it's the fact that someone is after my life. I got to find out the truth as soon as possible. It's also urgent in the sense of eliminating the looming danger that I find the culprit. The second objective, compared to the first, is sure to be even more difficult. If the enemy at Aosagi Island is human, you can say that at Mount Akakura, the enemies are nature, time, and fate themselves. The elusive laws of nature. Those are the opponents I must confront. That's right, my second goal is to rescue the 4 survivors from Mount Akakura. According to the history I know, 3 of those 4 are going to be caught in an avalanche on the 17th and die. Moreover, one of those 3 is Mayuzumi Lin. the woman I used to go out with. From my point of view, it's been a year and a half since our breakup. For her, it's only been 6 months. My romantic feelings for her have already faded, but even so, the pure affection I hold toward her hasn't changed. Our 2-year relationship forged a special connection between us. Even though we broke up, there's no way I can view her as just a stranger now. Mayuzumi Lin is an important person to me, and now, in terms of attachment, my feeling towards Fuyukawa Kokoro are equal to those for Lin. For these past few days, Kokoro and I have shared our bodies, experienced the same situations, and overcome many difficulties together. Kokoro and I are, quite literally, united in body and soul. Strictly speaking, there are 2 important points that connect us this way. The death of Fuyukawa Kokoro, directly or indirectly, and in every sense of the word, means the end of Yukido Satoru. And the death of Yukido Satoru, in turn, means the complete disappearance of Fuyukawa Kokoro from this world. Be they relatives or lovers, there can hardly be 2 separate individuals anywhere in this world with a relationship as intimate as ours. Yet we've never even met face to face. She's further from and yet closer to me than anyone else. She's my fate, an existence equal to my own life. Of course, that doesn't mean I don't care about Yomugi or Yumi. Although the nuance is a little different than with Kokoro, there's no doubt that we 2 are comrades with a shared fate. Through all the times we've met, I've started to feel a sort of empathy and affinity with them. However, now that we've already made so many memories together, my desire to save them is exactly the same as with Kokoro and Lin. That's why I had to save the 4 refugees in Mount Akakura, Lin, Kokoro, Yomugi, and Uni, at any cost. I won't allow them to die on January 17th as history dictates. I'll change history. Definitely. Absolutely. I'm the only one in the world who can do that. Yomugi, Lin, and Kokoro are people of this past, so I guess they won't believe the story in that newspaper so easily. To a certain extent, there must still be a part of her that's optimistic about her fate. But I don't. I can't possibly think that way, because I'm from the future. According to the rescue team, Uni was the only survivor. That's what really happened, and among the refugees of the shelter cabin, only I know it. Maybe Uni too. I wonder, does he know? I don't know for sure, but in either case, I can't count on his help now. So that means that I'm the only one who can change the past. The only one who can rewrite history is me, a man from the future. In conclusion, I had to find the culprit at Aosigi Island, save the 4 people in Mount Akakura, and simultaneously solve the matter of the exchange phenomenon. It's really, honestly, seriously, maddeningly, accursedly unrealistic. This alone is complex enough, very complex, enough to fry every synapse in my brain. On top of that, there's one more thing I have to think about. Utsumi and Hotori. Yomugi told me last night that their son Junichi was killed at Awazumi Municipal Hospital on January 14th, 2009. To Yomugi, that was 2 years ago, and to Utsumi, 3 years. The life of Junichi, then 9 years old, was snatched away by the hand of Inabushi Keiko. Her motives were unclear, but it was said to be a murderous fit brought on by insanity. Because of her, an innocent boy died senselessly. Could such a thing ever be forgiven? Inabushi Keiko, even now, is living a carefree everyday life here at Sphia and Aosigi Island. No, I'd better rephrase that. Even now, Suzukage Hotori is. The one who committed the crimes at Awazumi Municipal Hospital was probably the Suzukage Hotori personality. I still haven't spoken to the Inabushi Keiko personality, unless she's lying. But I understand. Hotori has behaved in certain ways in order to play with my emotions, and she doesn't hesitate to kill that rat with a single blow. I still think that's a stretch. After seeing such eccentric behavior, abnormality, and even cruelty from her, the conjecture that Hotori was the true murderer has turned into a conviction. I think that within Inabushi Keiko, the personality that holds authority over the others is Hotori. The fact that Hotori is the only one I've been able to talk to so far is because she's been the one controlling Inubushi's body this whole time. And on that day, she took the lives of 12 people. Without any particular reason, just because of an impulse stirring her fit, she crushed those people like insects. I feel like Suzukage Hotori would have no problem committing that inhumane act so casually. This is a stretch from the rat thing. I'm not gonna get over that. You're gonna hear me complain about that for the rest of the game. Sorry. Terraformers, watch out for them. Give him a reason to want to save her from the avalanche. Yep. Complex. Just thinking about that incident is enough to make my heart feel like it's being crushed. When I think about how innocent lives were lost just so that she could express the emotions suppressed inside of her, an unbearable, heart-rending misery torments me to the point of pure hopelessness. Even I, a person who is in no way involved with that incident, feels like this. How deep a hatred must a parent who lost their own child feel towards that killer? What would I do if my beloved child was so senselessly murdered? If one day, without warning, someone irreplaceably was simply stolen from me, if my peaceful life was smashed to pieces, torn from its roots, I would definitely kill her. I'd kill her. The same way she killed my child. No, I'd be even more cruel. Maybe Utsumi came to Sphia for that purpose. She came here for revenge. I don't know how she managed to get into Sphia, but anyway, for the victim's mother and the assailant to have converged in the same place on this day can't be a coincidence. Today, January 14th, is Junichi's birthday, as well as the anniversary of his death. There's no doubt that Utsumi is going to try something. I feel an intense uneasiness once I realize that. That's why I'm here right now, waiting for Utsumi to come out of her room. It's about 4 a.m. now, the same time the Hotori crept into Awazumi Municipal Hospital. If Utsumi's out for revenge, she's not going to let this chance slip away. However, if, as I expect, Utsumi came out of her room right now, what would I do? I still haven't decided. Will I stop her by saying, "Stop this nonsense"? Or will I hide in the darkness and silently watch her go into Hotori's room? I don't really know myself why I'm trying to ambush her. But no matter what, I can't sit there in my room and do nothing. Outside, the darkness of the night still reigns supreme. Because of the season and our latitude, the sun doesn't rise here until after 7 a.m. I keep waiting after her. Holding my breath, concealing my presence, and clearing my mind, I focus entirely on listening. Click. I hear the door open. Just as I expected, Utsumi appears. Gliding through the darkness, she heads towards the kitchen. Doing my best to hide my presence from her, I follow. Utsumi leans down in front of the sink. She appears to be searching for something in the cabinet below it. I speak quietly. Startled, she jumps.
何って別にちょっと喉が渇いたから水でも飲もうと思って。
She slowly stands back up. The door of the cabinet hangs
そんな
open.
とこにはコップもペットボトルも置いてないはずだが。
Her lips betray no movement. She silently walks over to the opposite corner of the kitchen and takes a glass from the
あなた
cupboard.
こそどうしてここに？
She asks with her back to me. I can't see her expression, but there's the very slightest tremor in her voice. I was watching you. I was thirsty
俺
too.
も喉が渇いたから。
I answer.
そう。偶然ね。こんな時間に一緒に起きるなんて。
When she turns around, she's holding 2 glasses in her hands. As urged, I pull out a chair. Anxiety. She makes her way over to the refrigerator and opens the door. She takes out a bottle of mineral water from inside. Come to think of it, something occurs to me. Each of us has a personal fridge in our rooms, and they all have mineral water in them too. There was no need for her to drag herself all the way to the kitchen just for a drink of water. She's obviously lying, but I know that the moment I saw her looking in the
ダメで
cabinet.
しょ
She puts the 2 glasses down on the table and pours water into each.
どうぞ。
She places one of the glasses in front of me. I told her I was thirsty too, so there's no way for me to refuse. I drink it all in one gulp. Gulp, 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 gulp! I return the empty glass to the table. Isn't this the day that Kokoro went into our body and we were like drugged? She watched me intently with upturned eyes as I drink. Obscured by the shadows of their sockets, I can't see the color of her eyes. She raises the glass to her lips, yet makes no move to drink from it. She stands there frozen. I can only hear her faintly breathing beyond the darkness, resembling a wraith that's wandering free of its earthly body. The expressionless figure stands in the dark. I can't feel the slightest warmth from her.
どうしたんだ？
I hold my breath as I ask her. She moves the glass away from her lips, and without saying a word, she turns her hand and tips it. The liquid makes a terrible splashing sound as it cascades to the floor.
まさか。
Driven by anxiety, I frantically feel all over my body in order to see if anything is wrong. Oh. She suddenly speaks. As she looks down, watching my floundering, immobile,
何が言いたいんだ？
結局あなたにはどうすることもできなかった。
my heart pounds. My fingertips start rattling on the tabletop against my will. Convulsions. I clench my hands tightly to stop the
この
spasms.
計画は誰にも邪魔させない。誰にも止めることはできない。前にも教えたわよね。
I don't remember hearing anything like that, but now isn't the time to question her. I need to throw up that water right now. I spring out of my chair, or at least I want to, but my body is stuck to the floor. My extremities are completely numb and are out of control. I can't move my lips, my tongue, or even my eyelids, let alone my fingertips. My head is heavy, like a block of stone has been screwed into it. A feeling I've experienced before. However, I can't recall when and where
安
anymore.
心してあなたを殺すつもりはないから。
Her voice sounds distant. Well, here's where it finally pays off that I remember that first line that she tells Kokoro. Little by little, it drifts even further. I reach out desperately, trying to grab hold of that voice.
雪解く
My consciousness is fading, fading. Before long, I can't see anything. My consciousness is swallowed up by the depths of a mire that no light can penetrate. Oh, I thought that was an end screen. Oh, shit. Okay. That afternoon, I find the corpse of the slaughtered Hotori. Oh, it is an end screen. Her ribs have been torn right through her flesh, and her heart neatly carved out. Beside her was the corpse of Utsumi. She'd slit her wrists, taking her own life. In the palm of her hand, she grasped the heart, so crushed that all semblance of its original form had been lost. It was Hotori's heart, and with one finger of her other hand, she'd written something on the floor in blood. Just a single line. Where is self? Isn't that the line that Kokiri, or not Kokiri, Kokiri is from Zelda? How about Kaiko says after she's discovered? Could be a better combo. Where is self? Who knows? Uni sat in that sea of blood. He'd love judgment. Oh my god. Uni sat in that sea of blood, muttering to himself like a madman. I have no idea what happened after that. I think several more transfers occurred, but that no longer mattered. At the mercy of something greater than I, my lost soul just wandered aimlessly through an empty world. And what happened to the 4 people in the shelter cabin after that? The newspaper dated July 4th, 2011. The headline, 3 decomposed male and female corpses found in Mount Akakura had disappeared from it. Instead, it said that their bodies were discovered on January 17th, along with those of the other passengers. Okay, so the 3 bodies aren't. I commented on this. I'm with it still. They never died. Well, okay. Yomagi did, but... Well, maybe he didn't. But anyway, it's the other fucking dead people we found that they find. Kokoro never dies, and neither does Lin. That's why it changes now, because technically, by failing the loop, we don't save them and we set time back. I don't fucking know. I'm so confused. So they didn't come back alive. That meant that the 3 of them died on January 11th. I wonder if it's just been dreaming this whole time. A nightmare without end. No infinity loop? Now I'm in a white room. A pure white room without a single stain on its walls. In one wall, there's a small window with bars across it. Through the window, I can see cherry blossom petals fluttering down. An old man is walking down the road. Slowly, he totters by. A group of boys with a dog passes by to the side. They shout cheerfully as they run, bathed in the sunlight filtering through the trees. I don't want to think anymore. Just gazing through the window at the world enclosed by this little square is enough for me. The cherry blossoms, the old man, the dog, and the boys. I surrender myself to the passage of time, content to be a spectator. Without emotions nor ego, not with only this single viewpoint, observing the transient world. Viewpoint. A point. With neither volume nor mass, I am a hollow existence. Suddenly, I hear a voice from the other side of the door. What? What the fuck? Enomoto-san? Enomoto Naoya-san? It's time for your medicine. Enomoto. It is an infinity loop. Cool. I was watching you.
見張ってたんだ
I answer.
見張ってた なぜ？
あなたはこの時間に必ず姿を見せる。
何が言いたいのか
Actually,
よくわからないんだけど。
kind of glad we chose that option now. When she turns around, she's holding two oh no. Oh no. That's not good. Please don't drink the water this time. That's really bad. If we drink the water, this is really bad.
とにかく座ったら。
As urged, I pull out a chair. She makes her way over to the refrigerator and opens the door. She takes out a bottle of mineral water from inside.
喉が渇いたなんて。
Oh, he got it. Okay. I think it's accurate. The cabin is just a setup period, and the real past is that they all died. It kind of seems like it. It seems like they're trying to like create clones that believe that they have survived the incident, I guess. If the newspaper's real, right? The newspaper could be planted as well. Oh, we're actually saying this out loud this time. Okay.
喉が渇いただけなら、わざわざキッチンにまで足を運ぶ必要はない。
A thin smile forms on her face as I confront her. I was watching you. Always. A thin smile forms on her face as I confront her.
切らしちゃってたのよ。もう残ってなかったの。だからここに。そんなことより、あなたも飲まない？
She puts the two glasses down on the table and pours water into each.
どうぞ。
Especially if we get called a different name. I wonder if we're not actually Satoru's body, but we're Satoru's thoughts put into a clone of this other Enemono guy. Consciousness jumps to the clone and not them. Wu saved. Yeah, that could be it. That could be it. I would like to not drink the water, please. I absolutely will not be drinking the water, I don't think. Refuse. Her behavior is way too suspicious. It's possible that she drugged the water while her back was turned. That's what I think. I push the glass away. She furrows her brow and tilts her head
い
slightly.
らないの？
あ、悪いけど。
そう。
With that soft whisper, she walks over to me. She stands in front of me, clasping her own glass in both hands. She stares at the transparent liquid inside. We don't move, neither she nor I. An air of unease envelops us. I can only hear her faint breathing beyond the darkness. Resembling a wraith that's wandered free of its earthly body, her expressionless figure stands in the dark. I can't feel the slightest warmth from her. And at last, without once raising the glass to her lips, she puts it back down on the table.
どうして？
どうしてだと思う？
I study her face. She stands over me, looking down at me as I sit at the table.
何か都合の悪いものが入ってるから。
違うわ。
じゃあなぜ？
私が飲みたかったのは水じゃなかったの。
Oh.
こんなものを飲んでも私の渇きは癒えないのよ。
Oh. Whispered words. I can't read her eyes. Obscured by shadows, her eye sockets look sunken like empty holes.
ゆきとくん。
She extends a thin finger toward the glass. She traces the outer rim, then dips her fingertip into the liquid. She slowly tips it toward me until it falls over. The water begins to spill out. It spreads across the table as if crawling. Finally, it reaches the edge and runs off, dripping into the floor in a thin stream. I watch all this in silence. I'm captivated by the falling drops of water, and at that moment, something stabs the back of my neck. Great. This isn't good. My vision goes white in an instant. A dazzling light flashes before me, then shatters into pieces. My vision soon returns. However, the scene my eyes behold is slightly different from before. My line of sight is tilted at a right angle. I can feel the hard floor against my cheek. I fall on face down onto the ground. I try to pick myself up, but I can't put any power into my arms or legs. It isn't that I can't physically move them, but how to move my limbs itself is becoming clear to me. What just happened? My consciousness is hazy and I can't string my thoughts together. I want to look around me, but my neck won't move the way I command it to, and there's nothing I can do. All I can move are my eyeballs, which I dart around frantically. I look up and see Utsumi standing beside me. Her right hand is clutching something that I remember seeing before. A metallic object shaped like a gun. An injection gun. It haunts me. The same one that shot Hotori with.
誰にも邪魔なんてさせない。この計画は誰にも止められない。
Plan. My prediction hit the mark. This woman came to Sophia to kill Hotori. No, Inabushi. I want to say something, but I can't get my voice to leave my throat. I was careless. Why was I so careless? I feel disgusted to myself for letting my guard down for even a second. What was the point of even coming here to watch her?
しばらく動けなくなるだけだから。
Her voice sounds distant. My consciousness gradually fades.
勇気だ。
Oh no. With those parting words, she disappears from view. I can't just let her go like this. I can't let her kill Hotori! A grand struggle against the demon lurking inside me begins. I frantically resist, trying to grasp hold of my dimming consciousness. First, I try focusing entirely on my fingertips. I'm barely able to move my pinky. Quickly, so as not to forget that sensation, I fired off commands to my ring, middle, and index fingers. I lift the curse placed on my whole body little by little. This man is just willing himself through sedatives? That's based. I tirelessly continue my work. Eventually, I find myself able to move my hands up to my palms. Then the feeling returns to my arms, and gradually, I regain control of my legs. Isn't it if you resist sedatives, they don't work as well? That's why you're told to relax when you're like getting put under, because if you like don't and you like resist them, you could wake up way earlier when a doctor's like operating still. Or I guess not wake up earlier, but you have complications with going under. I don't know, maybe all of it. I've watched House, okay? I'm a medical expert. It's the plague. And gradually I regain control of my legs. Although that said, I'm still unable to lift my body. No idea. I hate those though. I've been put under once. I got to 3 before the doctor realized that they hadn't opened the little thing that like actually lets the sedative drip. They were wondering how I got past 8. It was very funny. He's like, okay, count back from 10. And I was like, okay, 10, 9, 8, 7. And around 7, the doctor was looking at me like looking over me like, what's going on? And then somewhere around like 5 or 4, I heard, oh, and then someone walked over to like the, you know, the thing that hangs the bag and then twist something on it. And then I fell out like a light and it was like 8 hours later. Like 2 seconds later. Although that said, I'm still unable to lift my body. Yeah, I thought it was hilarious. I had to get I only had 2 wisdom teeth and they were coming in at a 90-degree angle, so I had to get them removed. And they were on the bottom, so I guess the bottom's a big deal because they basically have to like fuck up your jaw to do it. I crawl along the floor chasing after Utsumi. The word leaks out before I can think. My vocal cords seem to be showing signs of recovery. She probably shot me with a powerful sedative. In spite of that, why can't I still move like this? It could be that this specific type of sedative has already been administered to me several times in the past, so my resistance to the drug is already quite high. As I considered that, I somehow managed to reach the living area. Utsumi is standing at the door to Hotori's room. Something glints in her right hand. I stand up, leaning unsteadily against the wall. One step at a time, I begin to approach her. She hasn't noticed me yet. I move forward with the utmost care, trying not to make a sound. If I lose focus even for a second, I'll fall over. My vision warps and swirls dizzyingly. What I see is vague and hazy, and I'm not sure if I'm even heading in the right direction. Relying only on the feeling of the wall, I continue through the darkness. Utsumi's back gets closer until it's right in front of me. She puts her hand on the handle. Slowly, she begins to turn it. And right after that, faster than the eye can see, I grab her wrist. I lean onto her body like that, covering it. The momentum carries us, and we roll across the floor in a tangle. I hadn't planned on it, but I ended up pinning her down. She's lying on her back, and I right on top of her. She struggles below me, and all my body weight pressing down against her. In the right hand is a knife that gives off a sharp glint, a kitchen knife. Charlie pulled it out of the cabinet after I fell over in the dining area. I hold her tightly by the wrists, refusing to let go. My body feels like an old tin toy with its parts rustled together, but the strength of my hands, at least, never wavers.
どいて離して何するのよ。
いや離さない。俺の意識がここにあるうちは誰も殺させたりなんか。
My joints creaking, I pull away from her. Pinning her wrists with my left hand, I pluck the knife from her with my right. Then I hurled away into the living area. With a dry sound, the kitchen knife disappears into the darkness. Maybe it's because of the relief I feel, but as soon as I hear that noise, I'm assaulted by an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. I roll powerlessly to the floor beside her. She doesn't even allow me a moment of rest. She suddenly leaps onto my chest and then roughly lifts me by my upper body.
どうして邪魔するのよ。あなたには関係ないことじゃない。なのになんで。
She shakes me back and forth. I don't have enough strength left to fight back. I go limp, my eyes lolling on my shoulder like a doll's. My head lolling on my shoulder. Why did I say eyes?
どうしてみんな分かってくれないの。あの女は殺されても当然の人間なのよ。いいえ、人間なんかじゃないわ。あいつは悪魔よ。彼女をこのまま生かしておいたらもっと犠牲者が出るに決まってる。なのになんでみんな彼女のことをかばおうとするの。どうしてあいつは今でもこんなところで堂々と生きていられるのよ。純一はあの子はあんなひどい殺され方をしたっていうのに私は絶対許さない許さない殺してやるわ必ず。
I mean, like valid. Like, I you know, from a point of grief she's at, I get it. It's a tough thing. It's tough. That's compelling. I don't know. Utsumi has finally revealed her true nature. Her calm face has been torn away, replaced with that of a demon. Her long silver hair is disheveled, her pupils abnormally wide. Patches model her brown skin. The dark purple cracks covering her face are reminiscent of livor mortis. She has the features of a ruthless, cold-blooded killer. Utsumi called Holtri a demon, but now she has been possessed by that monster herself. Perhaps from her perspective, she means to act out a sublime revenge play. There's no difference between that and an impulsive murder committed due to a state of diminished capacity. Feelings such as hatred or holding a grudge are a disease of sorts. In the sense of taking away normal functions a human ought to have, that's correct. If that's the case, then driven by her disease, Utsumi is trying to kill a girl with her own hands in order to express her own desire. How is that any different from what happened during the Awazumi incident? There isn't even a fragment of anything like a noble ideal healer. And that there is a horrible rotten madness. I pity her. Her condition doesn't inspire any anger or hatred within me, only a deep, deep sadness. Cool thing called no vigilante justice. It's one of those things that if Hotori was just kind of like out and about, like she was just like living, just like, you know, in Japan normally, and Utsumi was like, I'm gonna kill her, I'd be like, yeah, okay. If they just said, no, she's not guilty, we find her not guilty, she can just continue doing what she wants, and Utsumi was like, I'm gonna kill her, I'd be like, yeah, I get it. No, I back her on that. But like, she's locked away in a facility that's obviously meant to like research this, I feel, in some regard, or there's something to this facility, right? And Keiko's situation is really unique. It's interesting. It's not really like a, oh, I just killed somebody. It's, hey, I have, you know, personalities living inside me, and some of them are murderers and some of them are not murderers. And it's like, well, how do you treat that? Do you punish all the personalities as one? Do you not do that? I think you not. I don't think you can. I don't think you should. It's interesting. It's an interesting thought. Never really thought about something like this, because I feel like it's just like something that would just never come up otherwise. A one in a million case. What was this name of the chapter? Jesting? Just a little prank, a little joke. I haven't seen Utsumi's face once since then. She shut herself in the room and won't come out. The door is firmly locked from the inside. Hotori continues her daily routine with no apparent changes. She seems to be completely oblivious to the fact that Utsumi is out to kill her. Hotori is currently playing with Uni in the corner of the living area. From time to time, she'll smile brilliantly as they play.
21か。隣だったらダブルリーチだったんだけどな。
The more I see how calm she is, the deeper my mind sinks into depression. Behind me, right on the other side of a wall, the personification of madness itself is lurking. Even now, she might be waiting for a chance to slaughter Hotori. If I could simply feel hatred or anger toward Utsumi right now, it would be much simpler. With justice as my shield, I could stand against her. But I don't. I understand Utsumi's feelings. The feelings of a mother deprived of her own child. I can't blame her. I can't scorn her. Sympathy and pity are intimidating things. I can't do anything for them. For Utsumi, or for Hotori. All I can do is protect Hotori and try to take precautions in case Utsumi snaps. What drives me now is neither a sense of duty nor of justice, but simple, unrefined instinct. I head to the kitchen and down a glass of water. I didn't sleep a wink last night, and now drowsiness is advancing upon me. I really want a cup of coffee, but I remember the Mao inhibitor and change my mind. Of course, I can't very well go nap in my room. I have to guard Hotori. If I take my eyes off her for even a second, Utsumi might use the opportunity to rush out of her room. But then, I don't think even Utsumi would be capable of laying a hand on her as long as Uni is nearby. Just in case, I decide to let Uni know. I call out from the dining room to the living room. I guess he's talking about the game with Hotori. I already know what they're playing. A game where the players rate numbers from 1 to 25 in 5x5 squares, then take turns calling out a number and filling in the squares. A kind of bingo commonly called 25. Svea is the kind of environment without entertainment, so the only thing you can do is kill time with these primitive games.
それじゃあ18。本当に18でいいの？じゃあ21。21はさっき言った。どっちが？ユニが。嘘、僕言ってないよ21なんて。
おいユニ、頼むよ。すぐ終わるからさ。
うわ、うるさいな。ごめんホトリ、ちょっと待ってて。
Uni puts his piece of paper face down, tosses aside his pencil, and runs over to me.
何？
あのなユニ、突然だが頼みたいことがあるんだ。
頼みたいこと？
ああ、これからしばらくの間、どんなことがあっても。
なんで？
なんでもだ。とにかくホトリと内海さんを二人っきりにしないでほしいんだ。
ホトリとカーリーって喧嘩でもしてるの？
You have no idea.
まあそんなようなもんだ。だから頼む。
なんだかよくわからないけど、いいよ。二人を見張ってればいいんだね。
ありがとう。
話はそれだけ？じゃあ戻ってもいい？
いいけど、今言ったこと忘れんなよ。
わかってるよ。大丈夫大丈夫。任しといて。
Uni thumps his chest and returns to Hotori. Hey, it's the name of her song. Curious. I return to my room for my coat and head outside. Just like yesterday, it's sunny. The clear winter air is incredibly refreshing. Though it's not like I came out here for the air. I want to check up on Utsumi's condition. The door to her room is still locked. When I knock, no reply comes. That's why I want to look through her window. I begin to walk clockwise around the outside of the building. In no time, I'm standing outside my target room. I immediately notice something odd. The window's open. Peeking into the room, I find it completely
お
empty.
いおいどこ行っちまったんだ
Maybe she's in the bathroom? I quickly dismissed that idea. The snow beneath the window, there are footprints there other than mine. Though they're more like tracks from pushing through the snow than footprints. Mounds full of holes that look like molehills stretch out, snaking back and forth. I follow that trail. The trail continues chaotically, like it's tracing the edge of a Ria coast. When I thought it goes that way, it turns back this way. When I think it comes this way, it returns that way. In that sense, it resembles an ant trail more than the moles, wandering unsteadily across the snowfield. Eventually, I reach the wall. There, at the end of the trail, is Utsumi. Paranoia. She stands slightly apart from the wall, petrified like an old tree. Her back is turned to me, so I can't see her face. I leap through the snow, steadily making my way over to her. I approach her from the side. There's something like a notebook in her hand. She vacantly stares at its open pages. She doesn't seem to have noticed my breath, my presence, or the sound of me kicking up
何やっ
snow.
てんだよこんなとこで
When the sound of my voice, her head shoots up. She turns and fixes me with a sharp glare. She thrusts the notebook or whatever it is behind her back. Slowly, she draws back towards the
なん
wall.
だよそれ
She doesn't answer me. The eyes that stare at me are cloudy and sunken. I suddenly glance down at her feet. She's barefoot. Blistered raw from the cold, her feet are bright red and swollen below the ankles. I murmur, pitying my voice. She continues her retreat. She hits the wall, her body shakes like a wave. Although it isn't possible for her to retreat any further, her feet continue their backward scramble. Her bare feet sliding onto the snow. Big white flecks cling to them. I advance with decisive steps.
来ないでよ近づかないで
Her sharp voice cuts through the frozen atmosphere. Utsumi gives me a menacing look, her face horribly contorted. Unfazed, I continue forward, narrowing the distance between us. I grab hold of her arm. Strengthening my grip, I reel her in.
やめて離してよ
I let her continue her futile struggling as I admonish
い
her.
や話すわけにはいかない部屋に戻るんだ
As she continues to thrash about, I try to somehow hold her down. Something slips from her hand and goes flying. Something like a shot bird. It falls to the snow. Spinning like a shot bird. Throwing off my hand, she rushes over the fallen object. Reacting immediately, I chase after her. One of her feet gets caught in the snow and she falls forward. But even that doesn't halt her movement, and she drags herself along on her hands and knees. I stride past her and pick up the object. It isn't a notebook, but a file folder. I flip it open. Inside is a clear sheet protector that holds several photographs. The first is of a baby. This was probably taken a few months after birth. The newborn baby is laughing happily in the picture. The color of its hair and skin are very similar to Utsumi's, and its eyes and nose somehow resemble Yomigi's. Is this baby the new life that Yomigi was talking about last night? I turn the page. The second and third pages have similar photos of the same baby. However, alone in the very last page is a boy. Hey, Soy. Welcome to the baby, the boss baby. In a red cap, a white t-shirt, shorts, and sneakers. That's probably a park behind him in the shot. Awash with the brilliant sunlight, he aims a peace sign at the camera. A mischievous little boy with light brown skin. Could this be Junichi-kun? Suddenly, the file is snatched away from me. Utsumi hunches over like an elderly woman, clutching the file to her chest. Sorrow is written plainly across her downcast face. Her mouth hangs open, and from it escapes an inhuman groan. Her silver hair disheveled, her pupils abnormally wide. I say hi to Soy yet? Hi, Soy. Hi again. There are blotches of pooled blood on her brown skin. It's the same as I saw her this morning. She has the features of a madwoman possessed by a monster.
あなたも狙ってるのね
What?
11をあなたも
A deep pain throbs in my chest, like I'm being gutted, like I'm being slowly torn apart, like my heart is about to break.
さ帰ろう
I'm barely able to whisper.
帰るどこに帰るっていうのよ私には帰るべき場所なんてどこにも
帰るべき場所そんなことないだろうあなたには
Well, the answer isn't Yomigi. How's the game? It's good. Good. You've encountered a mother who's absolutely been, traumatized and mentally broken by the loss of her child. who was murdered by someone else who's in the building with us. And by encountered, I mean she's revealing herself. We found out that the mountain cabin likes to teleport. Teehee, little funny little teleporting to the same island as this facility. We played basketball yesterday.
子供がいるじゃないか。
It's been a trip.
去年の8月に生まれた赤ん坊が、その赤ん坊はあなたのことを待ってるはずだ。だからその子のいるところがあなたの帰るべき場所だ。
なんで知ってるの？どうして8月に生まれたって知ってるのよ。
それはよもぎさんに聞いたからだ。昨べ彼はこう言ってた。予定日は8月だって。ということは赤ん坊が生まれたのは去年の8月で。
あなた何言ってるの？
なったくどう説明すりゃいいんだ。多分信じてもらえないと思うけど、俺は1年前のよもぎさんに会ったんだ。赤倉岳で。だから純一君のことも赤ん坊のことも知ってるんだ。彼から直接聞いたんだよ。
わけのわからないこと言わないで。あなた頭おかしいんじゃないの？
それはこっちのセリフだ。今のあなたはとても正気とは思えない。頼むから元の内海さんに戻ってくれ。
私は正気よ。何にも知らないくせにふざけたこと言わないでよ。あなたに何がわかるっていうの？純一、あの子は犬伏恵子に殺された。あなたはその上っ面の事実だけしか知らない。一人のとある少年が殺された。それでおしまい。
That's not the baby, too, is it? If that baby is also wait, I don't. I need to remember the Kokoro scene, and I don't. Oh, that's not good. Oh dear.
純一がどんな子供だったのか、私とあの子がどんな日常を送ってきたのか知らないでしょ。
Then she begins to speak quietly. While fighting back the tears that threaten to overflow from her eyes fall to one of the photographs. Yomugi Junichi-kun. Age of death 9 years old. On his 9th birthday, he departed this world. Mischievous, willful, always causing trouble, and yet an unusually lonely and clingy child. At night, if he had a bad dream, he would crawl into his mother's futon and fall asleep. As if he wanted her smell, he'd press his nose against his arm, or her arm. As soon as the sun rose, he'd leap out of bed and bounce around with the energy of a kitten. He loved doing dangerous things so much that he once climbed up the chimney of a public bathhouse, causing a great ruckus. All the adults gathered together, trying to persuade him to come down, but he wouldn't leave the chimney. Later, he said that he'd frozen in fear and couldn't get down. Then, dusk fell. Yomugi finally came to save him. Yomugi didn't scold his son for his recklessness. He just smiled silently and gently patted his head. And Junichi-kun bawled. Sobbing and wailing even after he ran out of tears, he cried and cried. I'm sorry, over and over again. He apologized as he clung tightly to Yomugi's leg. He seemed to be a child with intense emotional highs and lows. When he laughed, it was with his whole heart, and when he cried at the top of his lungs. He was 5 years old the first time he was sent out on an errand. Instead of cabbage, he accidentally bought lettuce. To be fair, I'd probably do the same thing. And Utsumi said, what a pity, I was going to make cabbage rolls for dinner. When he saw his mother's troubled look, Junichi frantically played dumb, but the man at the store said that it'd be fine. While trying his best to make excuses, his eyes began to overflow with tears. He said it'd be fine. He said it'd be fine. So I gave him the money like he told me, and I got the right change too, see? He said it'd be fine. The man said so he was probably so ashamed he couldn't bear it, and so he cried. Utsumi wanted to comfort him, so he spoke to him gently, but the more she tried to comfort him, the harder he cried. He was a crybaby. Alright. Athletics was the one area where he excelled, and the training wheels came off of his bike while he was still in kindergarten. Of all the neighborhood children, he was the first. He must have been very pleased with that, because he came to love bicycles more than anything afterward. One day, they decided to go shopping together in the next town over. Yomugi and Utsumi had intended to go there by train, but Junichi insisted on biking there. And then he actually rode his bike himself, chasing after the train. On that very day, there was an accident, and the trains were stopped. When they reached their destination first, he smiled proudly. He hadn't learned how to wink yet. So he squeezed both eyes shut, admirably showing his intent to do that. That's why I said the bikes were faster. By the time he'd started elementary school, he could even ride it with no hands. Even when going downhill, even when passing a car, he wouldn't stop. Stop doing that. It's dangerous. Even after Utsumi scolded him, he continued riding like that, his face supremely unconcerned. He'd ride around the hills and fields until nightfall and come back covered in mud from going shoulder deep in the early spring rice fields. He was covered in scratches and scrapes all year round. When the three of them went skiing, he would ascend to the peak alone and come back down safely. Perhaps he'd inherited his love of dangerous things from his father. Utsumi thought it was charming to have a child like that. His dirty clothes could be quite troublesome to clean, though. Mischievous, willful, always causing trouble, and yet an unusually lonely and clingy child. Evening came. Junichi-kun would crawl into his mother's futon and fall asleep. Yomogi was right there beside them. The three of them slept side by side. Sleep, sleep, sleep. In summer, they slept under a single thin sheet. The wind would blow in gently through the open screen door. The wind chimes would ring. In autumn, they changed to a thick blanket. The winds would begin to grow colder. Outside, the fallen leaves would rustle as they tumbled about. Winter came, and Yomogi would disappear. In order to support the two of them, he risked his life climbing snowy mountains. Mother and child would embrace each other, waiting for Yomogi to return. Even in the city, it would begin to snow. Down and down it would come, until it lay thick on the ground. And then spring would come again. As soon as the sun rose, Junichi-kun would start bouncing around. He'd come home caked in mud. Many days passed this way, then months, then years. Time passed in an instant. And then, on January 14th, 2009... He loves bikes. I was always jealous of people who could ride with no hands. I don't think I've ever tried to ride with no hands. I never trusted my balance enough. Jesus fucking Christ.
顔だけが無傷のまま残ってたの。赤く染まってたけどね。私それを拭ってあげてどんな顔してたと思う？
They really should not have, yeah. Holy! Oh, it's so complicated because if she didn't have the ID, I'd be like, let's kill her. Oh, man. I think even before that, I'd think that, but Jesus Christ, bro. Yeah, no, I mean, that's tough. Like, what do you do when you're like one of the officers? Like who would it be? Officers and first responders on the scene, and you're dealing with that, and you know, how do you tell the mom you should not come into this room, right? Like, they can't go. I mean, I guess they could go, hey, we can't let you in until, like, even that, until we clean it up. Oh, make the argument that it's like a I mean, I guess. Jesus. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. This is rough. This is a rough one.
どんなことがあってだから邪魔しないで。
あなたに迷惑はかけないからお願い。
Saying that, she leaves. I can't stop her. For the next few moments, I can only stand still, unable to think. Except I feel a chill deep within my chest, as if it's frozen. My heart is crumbling. Like a marionette with its strings cut, I fall to my knees in the recently disturbed snow. Transference. Blink. Before I know it, the transfer has occurred. My body has changed, but my heart hasn't. I feel as depressed as ever, as though I'm gasping for breath at the bottom of a quagmire. I can't stop thinking about Utsumi, and Junichi-kun, and the baby, and Yomagi. The very same Yogami is here now, in the corner of my room. In the corner of the room. Sitting atop a bundle of firewood, he's staring intently at the palms of his hands. An axe is leaning against the wall beside him. I see she got promoted to sad lady. I finally noticed something unusual. The room looks different from last night. The table is gone, so are the chairs. The floor is covered in fine splinters, which means they chopped it all up with firewood? They ran out of fuel. The room is filled with a heavy atmosphere. The dark atmosphere is so thick you could scoop it up with your hand. Nobody dares open their mouth. Lynn is sitting beside her bed, her arms folded. She stares at the floorboards, furred by splinters with a blank look in her eyes. Uni stares at the window, looking outside. Gaslighting lady is so last chapter. Present time, 3:57 p.m. Beyond the windows, everything is dyed a madder red. The setting sun in the west casts a gloomy light over the room. Mingling with the aura of unrest, the light takes on a bewitching color. As time passes, the shadows deepen. The night gradually creeps up on us. I can almost hear its footsteps. My heart beats disconcertingly fast. No time. I have no time. I can only be at the shelter cabin for 33 minutes. I take a look at Kokuro's wristwatch and see that moment drawing nearer by the second. Spurred on by that feeling of urgency, my mind finally clears. It's useless to keep thinking about Utsumi. Right now, I need to worry about the shelter cabin, or about the exchange phenomenon. That's right, there's still something I need to ask Uni about. The question I keep missing my chance to ask. The important issue I've been putting off. I walk up behind him, grab his shoulders, and spin him around to face me.
どうしたの突然。
聞きたいことがある。答えてくれ。
何？
Uni is visibly upset. Overwhelmed by the forcefulness of my actions, he
お前
falters.
は
Cutting off my words, I stop and look at Yomagi and Lin. But I don't care anymore. I don't care if they hear me. That no longer matters. I'm running out of time. Without hesitation, I
お
speak.
前は2012年のユニだな。
何のこと？
とぼけんなよ。お前は1年後の未来からこの世界にやってきた。逆にこの世界にいるはずだったユニの方は1年後のスフィアに飛ばされて。そうなんだろ。お前は何もかも知ってるはずだ。
知らない。知らないよ、そんなこと。
嘘つくなよ。教えてくれ。どうしてお前は1年前の赤倉岳に戻ってきたりしたんだ。何のために何を企んでるんだお前は。
I frantically shake his shoulders, pressing him for a reply. Then suddenly... That was way louder than I was expecting. Holy shit. Uni screams as though he's gone mad. Twisting out of my grip, he breaks into a run. He throws open the door of the cabin with all his might.
待てユニ。どこ行くんだ。
Deaf to my call to stop, he dives out into the snowfield. I run after him. I plunge into the fallen snow. The sunset has dyed its surface a deep crimson. I scramble over the deep snow, kicking it up as I run. Despite that, the gap between us doesn't show any sign of closing. Uni's getting away from me, springing across the snow surface with the agility of a snow rabbit. Meanwhile, I can only trudge awkwardly through it. Of course, this is another person's body, a woman's body.
ユニ。ユニ。
I shout towards his shrinking back. Without turning around, he barrels up the gentle slope of the hill. That didn't go well. Real. Uni disappears from sight. And not just Uni. The snowfield, the gentle slope of the hill, and the vast sky have all vanished too. The only thing that remains the same is the bewitching madder red surrounding me. Only that, and nothing more. Present time, 4:30 p.m. Once again, I failed to get the truth out of Uni. Refusing to dwell on it, I quickly leave the room. When in Sphia, I have no choice but to focus on matters in Sphia. Hotori's room. When I open the door, I find her and Uni lying down on the bed.
どうしたの？
I feel slightly relieved at the sight of her safe. Uni is keeping his promise to keep an eye on
い
her.
や、なんでもないんだ。
Not saying another word, I leave the room. Next, Utsumi. The door is unlocked, but I can't see her anywhere inside the room. But I do hear the sound of a shower coming from inside the bathroom. I close the door, try not to make a sound, return to the living area. I let my body sink into the sofa. Covering my face with my hands, I heaved a sigh. My nerves are on edge and I can't calm down. Can't possibly calm down. Utsumi's out to kill Hotori. Someone's out to kill me. The shelter cabin's almost run out of fuel. Uni's behavior there is as baffling as it
どうして
gets.
こんなことになっちまったのかな。
How many times have I recited those very same words by now? Thinking back, it was on January 11th. It all began after I went up the clock tower. Why I did that, I still don't know. I'm not even sure how I got up there in the first place. The entrance leading to the roof of the clock tower. I don't know where it is. All of a sudden, I remember something. Back on January 11th, when I asked Utsumi why I went up the clock tower.
あなたを最後に見かけたのは確か3時半を回った頃だったかしら。階段を降りていく後ろ姿がリビングの方から。
She said something like that. Going down the stairs? Why would I need to go down the stairs to go up the clock tower? Because it's obviously a Resident Evil layout. When it comes to stairs, there's only one set inside the building. The stairs leading down to the storeroom. I spring up from the sofa and decide to head there. I walk down the stairs and reach the storeroom. I find some crates piled up unnaturally in the corner. I move them out of the way. A door comes into view. Hey, this looks familiar. Finding it so quickly is a little anticlimactic. Just like when I opened Sphia's front gate. Have I, by any chance, known about the store from the start? I had that feeling. There's a card reader terminal on the wall beside the door. The Sphia front gate opened with the ID card. Maybe this door, too. I pull the card out of my pocket and insert it into the groove of the reader. Door opens. I push it open and step into the darkness as if drawn in. Oh boy. Through the door, there's a dimly lit space. What is this place? Squinting, I survey it. It's a small room. I walk around, ascertaining its layout. There's an iron door on the left-hand side of the room. Another room deeper underground? For the time being, I leave that door alone and look elsewhere. Oh no. Next to the door is an enormous machine resembling a supercomputer. One of one, we're okay. It was you all along? Controlling this place? Isn't that what he yells or something like that? A computer capable of processing very large amounts of data at ultra high speeds through the employment of technologies such as parallelism. The processing speeds can be as high as 10 to the 12th operations per second, as of 2003. In recent years, supercomputers have come to be used for weather forecasting across Japan, calculating things like temperature, pressure, and the movement of clouds. It's currently operational. I can hear the dull sound of the fans echoing through the room. On the other side is a single chair, surrounded by a bank of control panels. Above the panels is an array of monitor screens. Images of something are shown on the monitors, faintly illuminating the murky interior. Upon further inspection, they appear to be showing areas of Sphia. Every private room, the living area, the kitchen, the basement storeroom, the front entrance, the gate, the basketball court. This could be a surveillance room. Okay, I've never noticed them, but it looks like Sphia has hidden cameras positioned everywhere. It's obvious if you think about it. This facility is the specified psychiatric hospital for isolation in Aegis. Of course, there'd be equipment for monitoring the inmates. Nevertheless, what happened to the guards supposed to be stationed here? Or any of the staff for that matter? A question that's nagged at me for a long while rears its head once more. There's another door in the back of the room. Where does it lead? Going by the layout of the upper floor, it should be a private room, but I slowly approach the door. Something makes me glance back at the console. On top of it, there's a folded sheet of paper. I picked it up and spread it out flat. It's a map of Japan. For some reason, it's faded around the Hokkaido and Tohoku region. I put it back where I found it. Besides, it is a cup of coffee. White steam rises from it. White steam? Eh? A chill runs down my spine. The fact it's still hot means that it's just been brewed, and that, in turn, means that someone was just here a moment ago. Preparing for their arrival, I brace myself. Who is it? Where are they hiding? And the moment I think that, the ceiling lights come on. The dim room is flooded with light. An unfamiliar male voice. I spin around quickly. I recognized him. He was the corpse. Nucleus. Hello, man. I'm glad you could make it for this scene. Oh boy. Hi, Mr. Corpse. There stands a man. It's the fifth person hiding somewhere within the facility. I've been waiting for you, okay? Thanks. Waiting for me? Who the hell is this guy? I don't recognize him at all. No, it's strange. Something isn't right. What is it? This feeling? I don't know this man. I've never met him. And yet within the memories stored in my hippocampus, fragments of something almost forgettable, almost forgotten resurface and submerge again and again. Part of the the cerebrum's paleocortex, the hippocampus controls the functions of desire, instinct, and autonomic nerves, and so on. Due to its responsibility for deciding the level of urgency of received information and storing memory in other parts of the brain, it is referred to as the memory factory. It is said that without the hippocampus, a person would be unable to remember what had happened even 5 minutes ago. Additionally, it is not simply the case that one becomes forgetful with age. Rather, adults, because of having a much greater store of memories than children, take much longer to remember a single essential piece of information. I almost feel as though I've known him for years. It's the same feeling I had when I met Yomugi in uni. Is this connected to my lost or maybe transplanted memories too? Or maybe transplanted? Oh, here we go. I managed to wring a few words from my dry throat. Hearing those words, the man shrugs his shoulders in disappointment. Hey, that name's familiar. As I thought, I know this man. No, I knew him. But even when I hear his name, I can't remember a single thing about him. Or maybe it's not that I can't, but I don't want to. Am I subconsciously blocking out my memories of this guy? Oh boy, here we go. It's gonna be a late stream. Don't tell me. The personality exchange? No pizza dough for me tonight. Or is it that someone's after my life? What did he just say? What if the shadow that appeared behind me on the clock tower had been this man? The one who pushed me off of it. And had tried again and again to kill me. I was ready to tell you to end early-ish had you gotten to the scene near the end of today's stream, because we're... Oh, great. Here we go. All right. Enomoto suddenly flashed me a chilly smile and pushes his sunglasses up the bridge of his nose. It's a gesture that can be taken as either confirmation or denial. Oh. Okay. Enomoto and I glare at each other for a while. Well, I'm glaring at Enomoto, that's for sure. But unfazed by my attitude, Enomoto just watches me coolly. It's Uni. Or it's a mysterious sixth stranger hiding somewhere deeper within the facility.
片っ端から事情を聞き出してやるんだ。
Looking away from me, Enomoto mutters.
意味のない行為だと思うがね。今の君が知ったところで余計に混乱するだけだ。
どういう意味だ。
まあいい。そんなに知りたいのなら後で見せてやろう。
見せる。
ちょうど先ほどデータを整理したんだね。
Enomoto ignores my question and
君の
continues.
欲する場面を望むままにお見せすることができよう。
Hey, Thomas. I hope you're well. Welcome to Remember11. Very, very much spoilers to Remember11, probably. What's he going on about? What the hell does that mean?
まあもっとも先ほども言ったように今の君が見ても意味がないと思うがね。
I'm doing pretty good.
それにあくまでわかるのは表面上の出来事だ。本当に重要なこと、君の内面で起きていることまでは伺い知れない。
Happening within me? Is he talking about the personality exchange
わか
phenomenon?
るだろ本当に重要なことは目に映る事象ではない。真実は二つの目なんかでは見ることはできない。真理
I
は
like nucleus. Enomoto raises his index finger and gently touches it to his
真
forehead.
理はここで見るのだ。
I don't know why, but Enomoto's words overwhelm me. I have no idea what he's talking about. What he says shakes me to my core, as though he's cast a spell over me. No, that's not it. Maybe I knew it from the beginning. The meaning behind Enomoto's words.
さあ、ここまで言えば十分だろう。
Come on, Enomoto. Grant us eyes, grant us eyes. Enomoto, or some say Enomotoum.
今の君に必要な情報は、知るべきことは君の身の保証のことなんかではない。最も重要なこと、それを説明しよう。何のことを言ってるかもちろん分かっているだろう。
人格交換。
ご名答。やっぱり君は頭がいい。
Enomoto curves his lips into an over-wide grin.
さて、どこから説明しようか。
With those words, Enomoto walks over to the chair in front of the
というよ
console.
り、君はどこまで覚えている？分かっているのかな？
Enomoto sits down, leans back against the back of the chair, and asks that
ま
of
ず
me.
話はそれからだ。
俺が分かっているこ
そうだ。話してくれたまえ。
Enomoto lays an elbow on the armrest and props his chin in his hands, urging me to begin. Oh, here we go. I close my eyes and think over everything I've come to I'm gonna save. I close my eyes and think over everything I've come to understand thus far. After that, I softly begin speaking about my proposition R. R1, the personality exchange. My goals are both Asugi, Island, and Manakakura, Utsumi, and Hotori. In regards to R1, he listens with great interest, occasionally nodding along. However, he has no interest in R2 or in R3, and it seems like he's ignoring me outright when I bring them up. Once I finish, Enomoto leans back in his chair.
ブラボー。
Bravo!
いや、見事だ。よくもまあ限られた情報の中からそこまで導き出せたものだ。素晴らしい。青鷺島と赤倉岳の転移、青鷺島から赤倉岳への転移はその発生時刻に規則性はなく完全なランダム。
But they happen for 33 minutes.
しかし赤倉岳から青鷺島への転移の場合は33分間という時間内で現象は維持され元に戻る。この転移は同時並行的に発生するのではなく1年間のブランクを挟んで行われる。つまり2011年と2012年の間で行われている。
要するに時間跳躍と人格交換を一緒に行ってるということなんだろ。
Enomoto uses his finger to push the bridge of his sunglasses up his nose, then slowly
そ
nods.
の通り。大枠についてはだが
Music's very good. The music in this entire game is incredible, and I agree, his voice is very good. And that means that my reasoning isn't just mere speculation, and that it isn't too far from the
そ
truth.
れでもいくつかわからないことがある。いや、わからないことの方が多いと言ってもいい。
それはそうだろう。当然だ。
まずは なぜこんな現象が起きたのか。
いきなり確信をついてきたね。まあいいだろう。
Endemono stands up from his chair and walks towards the large machine that resembles a supercomputer.
装置のおかげさ。
Saying that, Endemono places his hand on it.
装置の処理によってこの現象は起きている。説明は以上だ。
Oh, okay, well, it's simple.
悪いがちっともわからない。装置ってなんだ。どういう仕組みなんだ。そもそもそんな大掛かりな装置があったとして、仮に停電にでもなったらどうするつもりなんだ。それで現象は止まったりしないのか。
No, because we've had it we've swapped during power outages.
中途半端な状態。例えば人格交換の途中で装置が停止してしまったらとんでもない事故になってしまうんじゃないのか。
まあ待てよ。立て続けに質問しないでくれないかね。順番に行こうじゃないか。まず後者についてだが心配はいらない。このスフィアには発電機が設置されている。
Let's go in order. He starts with the last one.
自家発電ってやつだ。
Endemono inclines his jaw toward the iron door on the left. Without much space, it might actually be possible.
しかもいざという時には予備電源に切り替わるようになっている。予備電源でも数十時間は稼働できる。 99.999999999% 事故は起こり得ない。
But what if that QQQQQQQQQ% doesn't happen and we get the whatever it would be for the zeros?
次に前者についてだが細かい説明は後でさせてくれないか。
Oh, yeah, of course. Duh.
順を追って説明しないとこちらもやりにくいんでね。
If I don't explain it in order, it'll be more difficult for me. All right. This is the first one, so.
わかったよ。疑問は他にもまだある。
About the moon at Mount Akura, supposedly in 2011. Ugh. And the moon at Aosugi Island, supposedly in 2012, were in the same phase. More specifically, they were both in the correct phase for the year 2012. About the ocean. Mount Akura. After climbing out of the mortar-shaped depression, I saw an ocean there. However, when I opened the front gate of Spia at Aosugi Island, there was an ocean waiting for me there as well.
どういうことなんだ。
それを解く前に一つ言って
Oh man, he does not answer fucking questions.
君は勘違いをしている。
勘違い。
君たちは人格交換。人格が転移をしている。
Oh no.
本当に転移しているのは空間。
What the fuck does that even mean? Oh man.
空間自体が転移しているんだよ。正確に言えば空間が時間を飛び越えて転移している。つまりは時空間転移だ。
Okay, so we are teleporting, but but then our bodies change.
そうだ。
Having said that, Endemono once again takes a seat and begins typing something out on the keyboard. As he does, images begin to appear on a nearby monitor.
君の導き出した推理とはつまりこういうことだろう。
Not the
2011年の
images.
赤倉岳にいる湯川。
Oh
そ
no.
れと2012年の青崎島にいる君、有機動。
Not the PowerPoint. No, we're just gonna go with the flow. I'm just gonna remember it. Isn't that technically the same thing if your mind stays in the same place? You know, Sundown, that's a fantastic question. Fuyakawa Kokoro, who exists in Mount Akakura in the year 2011, and Yukido Satoru, who exists at Aosugi Island in the year 2012. Great, yep.
それぞれの意識が肉体から乖離し、時空を飛び越え、互いに入れ替わる。
Both of your consciousnesses. I'm gonna reread everything he says for a little while, and you're all gonna deal with it. So thank you for your patience. are dissociated from their respective bodies, jump through space and time, and replace each other. Seems to be a lot going on. Oh yeah, this is the big reveals, I think. Just like this.
そして君は2011年の冬川心の肉体に憑依し、逆に冬川心は君の肉体に憑依する。
Okay.
人格交換。こう考えたわけだろ？違うかい？
そうだ。
Yeah, this is still what Satoru thinks.
だがそれでは説明のつかないことがある。
月と海のことだろ。ああ、当然だ。矛盾するとも。
And then Moto
繰り
snickers.
返すが、君は勘違いをしている。この考え方は間違っているんだよ。
時空間転移とか言ったな。それは一体。
こういうことさ。
And then Moto taps at the keyboard again. The monitor displays a different image.
2011年赤倉岳冬川心。2012年青鷺島有機道悟。この初期条件は先ほどと同じだ。しかしここから先が違う。君たちに起きている現象は人格の移動ではないのだ。
さっき空間自体が転移してるとか言ってたな。
そう、空間。赤倉岳の避難小屋を中心とした半径110メートル。それと青鷺島のスフィアを中心とした半径110メートル。その半径110メートルの球体に含まれる空間が転移しているんですね。この球体の中に含まれるありとあらゆる物質が2011年と2012年のそれぞれの2点間においてごっそりと入れ替わる。こんな風に、これが時空間転移と呼ばれる現象だ。こうすることで避難小屋の半径110メートルの円、仮にサークルとでも呼ぼうか。すると避難小屋のサークル外に青鷺島の海が広がっていることになる。
ちょっと待てよ。
Oh, and we never see outside the walls at Sphia because she can't leave the front gates. She doesn't see that we're actually on the mountain. Which is why it snows so bad every time she's at Sphia. Yeah, we haven't figured out the mines yet. I'm figuring out the location. This is good. This is good so far. Okay, hold on. One Piece connected. Both of them are still in their own time permanently. I think, yeah, I think so. I think that's exactly it. I think he's been working on it for the past 3 days. Maybe got distracted watching basketball. Yeah, he's just sitting there like preparing some slides for us, and then every once in a while he takes a little coffee break, watches us watches us get drugged, and then what is it, Utsumi will just flay Hotori. He's like, yeah, well, you know, not my concern.
俺と心のことはどうなる？俺の肉体と
Here we go.
心の肉体はなぜ入れ替わってしまうんだ？それに月のことはどうなる？俺が13日に見た月はどちらも2012年のものだった。間違いない。
君たちは例外なんだ。
例外だと？
君たちの意識は転移せずにその場に残留しているんだ。
残留？
見たまえ。
Enomoto points to the monitor. The image is changed without me noticing.
転移の際、君と冬川心の意識だけは肉体から乖離してその場に残留する。
Okay.
君の意識は2012年の青鷺島に、冬川心の意識は2011年の赤倉岳に。そして君たちの意識を除いた物質と他の人間たちだけが転移をする。肉体という器をなくした君と冬川心の意識は、新たにやってきた代替品としての器の中へとそれぞれ憑依する。するとこうなるわけだ。君は冬川心の肉体に、冬川心は君の肉体に。どうだい？頭のいい君ならもう理解できただろう。これが君たちの身に起きた転移現象の正体だ。
だから俺は常に2012年の月を見てたわけなのか。
その通り。
Edmodo says, nodding as he does.
俺たちだけが、俺たちの意識だけが残留するんだ。
Them not leaping through time helps considerably. Here's my next question. When I speak, it's barely above a whisper.
さてね、どういうわけかな。
I'm joking, by the way, about the helps considerably because, like, the other people are teleporting through time. As far as I know at this point. I wasn't expecting Enomoto's response. The inside of my head is in total chaos. As soon as one question is solved, another rises to take its place, and another, continuing on without end. Solving one puzzle only generates another. There's no end. The mysteries are inexhaustible. On and on, around and around it goes in an endless circle. It is an infinity loop. Oh,
信じ
good.
られない。
Quantum teleportation. Excellent. We're in for it. We're in it. We're not in for it. We're in it.
こんなこと起こり得るはずが。
だが実際に起きているだろう。それが真実かどうか一番よく分かっているのは君自身じゃないのかね。真理を頭で考えても見えてこない。常識という枠にとらわれてはいけない。感じたことを素直に受け入れるんだ。
And the mother stares at me through his sunglasses. I can't look away. There's no way he's lying. I know that instinctually. I don't even have to think about it.
しかしなぜそんな馬鹿げた現象が起きるんだ。
やれやれ。本来こんなことを私が説明するまでもないはずなのだが、仕方がない。長くなるのでできるだけかいつまんで教えてあげよう。
And the mother repositions his
君
sunglasses.
は量子テレポーテーションって知っているかい？
We're answering no, by the way, to any physics-based question. Nope.
なるほど。まずはそこから説明しなければならないか。量子テレポーテーションとは、
Holy,
量子力学の
okay.
性質を利用した技術だ。
The smallest unit of a physical quantity, not continuous, expressed as values limited to a set of integer multiples of a certain unit amount, quantized values. In 1900, Planck proposed the idea of a quantum energy, the quantum hypothesis, that spawned the beginning of the quantum theory. Subsequently, Albert Einstein suggested the existence of a light quantum, photon, and Niels Bohr demonstrated the angular momentum quantum. Great. The study of molecules, atoms, and subatomic particles, in short, the dynamics of matter and energy on the microscopic level. It introduced the principles in the Schrödinger equation, conducted probabilistic explanations between values that can be obtained from observation, postulated the wave-particle duality of matter, and explained the uncertainty relationship in measurements. I'll go back. Quantum mechanics is a fundamental theory of modern physics dealing with particles and particle populations, has developed into nuclear and chemically oriented condensed matter theories on one hand, the elementary particle and field theories in the other. The wave equation. In quantum mechanics, a differential equation that determines the temporal waves of function or change of wave functions signifying matter waves. It can be shown formally that evolution of the wave function is given in the equation by the Hamiltonian operator, which corresponds to the total energy of the system. Some tips just lie to you. This is also true. You don't have to point out which ones are true. They're all true. I accept every tip as fact. I'm going to go explain to physics majors based on my knowledge of Remember11 how this works.
テレポーテーション。物体をそっくりそのまま別の場所に転送させる現象。いや、物体を転送というのはちょっと語弊があるな。正確には物体を転送するのではなく、物体の情報を転送する。物体そのものを転送する必要はない。送りたいのは状態の情報であって状態自体ではない。物体の量子情報を転送し、別の場所にその物体を再構築するわけだ。信じられないかもしれないが、できるのだよ、現実的に。実証もされている。量子テレポーテーションの理論的基礎となっているのは EPR ペアと呼ばれる概念だ。
No. This is why we weren't getting so many different blue numbers or blue names. An abbreviation composed of the first letters of the names of three physicists: Einstein, Podolsky, and Rosen. These three present the EPR paper to argue against the concept of the uncertainty principle of quantum mechanics. This opposition was especially pronounced in the case of Einstein, summed up by his famous remark, "God does not play dice." Although fully recognizing its usefulness, he was known to be uncomfortable with and to oppose quantum mechanics until his death because of its inability to definitively describe the microscopic aspects of physical reality. Einstein conducted many thought experiments that criticized quantum mechanics and troubled his opponent Niels Bohr, one of his founders of quantum mechanics. I'm blue, ba-ba-dee-ba-da-dum. A paper published by Einstein, Podolsky, and Rosen, also known as the EPR paradox. It presents a thought experiment that is extremely critical of quantum mechanics. It was originally published by Einstein and his co-authors as an attack on it. Ironically, it ended up having the opposite effect and became the best material for deepening one's understanding of the field. The details of the experiment are as follows. According to quantum theory, when two particles are created at some location by the same event, they share a certain kind of state. For example, a stationary pi meson decays into two photons in opposite directions. But both members of the photon pair are represented with a single Schrödinger equation. Quantum theory states that as long as they aren't observed, the particles can be expressed by the same equation forever. So even if one of them flies a long distance away, if you observe some information about it, such as a spin or polarization, then you should know the state of the particle that remains behind. But at the moment that you observe one particle, the wave function of the other particle collapses accordingly, appearing as if the measured information has been instantly transmitted from one to the other. However, modern quantum mechanics has successfully come up with a proper explanation, and experimental results that support it have been published one after another. In regard to quantum mechanics, it refers to the impossibility of determining accurately and simultaneously both a particle's position and momentum, energy and time, or other coupled physics equations. It holds the uncertain relationship that the product of the two values of these uncertainties cannot be smaller than a fixed value proportional to Planck's constant, deduced by Heisenberg in 1927.
EPR ペアとは一度の操作で同時に発生させた2つの粒子に生じる特徴のこと。
As an example of an established method, the following procedure exists. When a UV laser beam interacts with a crystal of nonlinear optical materials such as barium borate, each single photon splits into two other photons with long wavelengths. These split photons travel along the contours of two cones that, in turn, are symmetrical about the initial beam. The points where the contours of the two cones intersect the photons in the state of entanglement, i.e. there is no distinction as to their origins there. What is known about these entangled photons is that their polarization is mutually orthogonal. However, it is impossible to definitely know their respective deflection angles. This method of creating entangled photons is called parametric downconversion. I fucking... A state of quantum superposition refers to a situation in which a system of several quantum bits, in accordance with the laws of quantum mechanics, forms an inseparable state and behaves as if it were a single entity. I prefer the term spooky action at a distance. It's just putting tips and tips and tips. Go make some tea. That sounds good. Referred to a new unit of information content different from the classical bit, information represented by a binary digit 0, off or 1, on, used in modern computers, von Neumann machines that had become mainstream by the time of 2003. A physical state in which 0 and 1 overlap, a quantum superposition, is treated as an operational unit. Also known as a qubit, computers that use them are called quantum computers, and they are capable of carrying out extremely fast calculations, massively parallel computation. A computer which creates a superposition of two states is a single element and performs calculations using both states. A von Neumann computer can only perform a single calculation per element. Because of this, if there are 10 elements, the number of calculations it can perform simultaneously rises to 2 to the power of 10, 1024. As more elements are added, the computational power grows dramatically. The speed a computer like this boasts of can surely be called wondrous. Kind of weird that this like sci-fi concept is something that in the next 10 years is going to be like a real thing that exists. You know, like something just hilariously science fiction. I know not in this game. This game's like, oh, in 10 years we'll have it, and it's 25 later and they got it. But like, I mean, like, you know, you watch like 60s stuff and they talk about quantum whatever, and it's like the year 5000 and no one understands it. It's cool. I don't know. I analyze schedules.
この双子の粒子は不思議な運命を共有することになる。簡単に言ってしまえば、その双子の粒子はどんなに離れていようとも、一方を観測することによって生じた影響がもう一方に瞬時に伝わってしまうのだ。たとえ両者が1万光年もの距離を隔てていてもね。
つまり高速を超えて伝達すると。
そう。もっとも実際は双子の粒子は個別に考えるのではなく、ひとまとめにして捉えなくてはならないからというわけなのだがね。さて、この概念を踏まえて説明を続けよ
う。Really ahead of their time. Yeah, it's cool. I like it. Quantum tips. Oh no.
Quantum bits. In accordance with the laws of quantum mechanics, forms an inseparable state and behaves as if it was a single entity. Oh, thank God. Oh, there's 2 pages. First to a new unit of information content different from the classical bit, information represented by a binary digit, 0 off or 1 on, used in modern computers, von Neumann machines, which have been maintained.
His hair looks so short.
2003.
I can't tell if it's behind him or not, but
0 and 1 overlap. A quantum superposition is treated as an operational unit. I'm closing my windows. I'll be back in a minute.
I'll be back in a minute. Oh, it's just behind him. Okay, okay, that makes sense. Poor Michael. With that general concept in place, I'll continue. General. Enomoto pushes his sunglasses up and turns back to the
う。テレ
keyboard.
ポーテーション。つまり、ある地点のものを別の地点へと転送するわけだから、送信側と受信側がいることになる。
Want you to know that he had not been reading tips out loud, but I told him to do it for this scene in particular. Oh, that's great. That's excellent. What a scene to have to read him out loud.
便宜上、
Speaking
送
of
信側をアリス、受信側をボブと呼ぶ。
Alice, huh? In cryptography, the one conveying the information is commonly referred to as Alice, while the recipient is referred to as Bob. This naming convention originated from a paper on quantum teleportation published in 1993. Additionally, a person found to be intercepting communications, i.e., through a bug or wiretap between Alice and Bob, is customarily referred to as Eve. I was like, I know this. What's the you know what's you want me to you want me to draw a crazy line? A person found to be intercepting communications through a bug or wiretap between Alice and Bob is customarily referred to as Eve. What's the name of the blonde chick? Isn't she Eve in Metal Gear Solid 3? That does this? Is it Eva? I thought it was Adam and Eve. Maybe it's Eva. All right, my bad. Hold on. Let me check that. Ah, it is Eva. Okay, I thought it was Adam and Eve. I don't understand. Why would they do Adam and Eva? God damn it, my comparison.
では、アリスからボブに量子テレポーテーションを用いて情報を送信する手順をお見せする。
Operating the keyboard, Enomoto pulls up an image on the monitor.
まず、EPR ペアの共有。
More PowerPoint. Firstly, sharing an EPR pair.
EPR ペアの発生源から絡み合いの状態にある粒子 B と粒子 C をアリスとボブが共有できるように送り込む。次に粒子 A の受信。ボブに送信したい情報プサイを持った粒子 A をアリスが受信する。一般にアリスにとってはプサイがどんな情報かはわからない。もし分かってしまうと波動関数が壊れてしまう。
I thought I read this one. When the square of its absolute value it can be given the existence probability of a particle. In this sense, the wave function is referred to as a probability amplitude. Welcome back.
また、アリスが粒子 A を受信するタイミングは粒子 B と合わせる必要がある。次はベル測定。
A method of placing an isolated pair of particles in an entangled state and then observing both of them at the same time in a way that doesn't permit them to be distinguished from each other in order to maintain the entanglement. Since the particles must be passed through a beam splitter, such as a half-silvered mirror, at exactly the same time, this is extremely difficult in practice.
アリスは粒子 A と粒子 B との間でベル測定と呼ばれる特別な測定を行う。簡単に言ってしまえば、2つの状態間のパラメータを測るということだ。この時、アリスの得られる情報はベル状態。つまり、A と B とで絡み合った4つのそれぞれ異なった量子論的な状態であって。
I did tell you to keep quantum. See, Yosh, I just don't even remember that. I went, and then moved on.
粒子 A の情報プサイを得ることはない。なお、この状態はそれぞれ理論上すべて同じ確率で、その確率は4分の1ずつとなる。4つのうちのどれか、そして粒子 A のテレポーテーションが行われる。
Don't you mean particle A question mark?
アリスがベル測定を行った瞬間に粒子 A、B の区別はなくなり、EPR ペアの状態が破壊される。それと同時にボブ側の EPR 状態は部分的に収縮し、情報プサイが粒子 C に移動する。ただしボブはベル測定の結果をアリスから知らされるまでは意味のある情報への変換の仕方がわからない。その次はベル測定の結果の送信だ。アリスが得たベル測定の結果をボブに送信する。この時の通信手段は一般的には電話などの古典通信。 高速以下の通信が使われる。最後に量子情報の変換。ボブは知らされたベル測定の結果を利用して粒子 C の量子的な情報にユニタリ変換。
In a unitary space, a linear transformation which preserves the value of the Hermitian inner product of two arbitrary vectors before and after the transformation. Suppose we denote the adjoint of an n by n matrix M as M prime. I know that's not the usual prime, but I'm going to call it prime. Then M is unitary if it is a complex valued square matrix fulfilling the equation m prime m equals mm prime equals E, where E is the identity matrix of the orders n. God, how are you gonna make me think about the fucking 1 and 0 matrices? You enjoy linear algebra? I understand this more than the prior tips. I had an interesting professor for linear algebra. I liked multivariate calculus better. I liked finding tangential spheres to tesseracts. That was fun.
すなわち波動関数の情報を損なわない操作を施す。その結果、ボブ側にアリスが送りたかった情報負債が再現される。こうしてようやく意味のある情報がボブに転送されたというわけだ。以上が量子テレポーテーションの主な流れだ。この中では EPR は2段構造となっているが、理論上は何段階でも構わない。アリスの隣にアリス2、アリス3、アリス N と任意に設置できる。簡単に説明するとこんなところかな。量子テレポーテーションは本来人間などは転送させることはできず、光子や原子といった微粒子のみの転送しかできないと言われていた。だが私の属している企業によって開発された技術がそれを可能にした。
Corporation. A joint 5 pages. A joint Japanese-German, no wonder you like this game, pharmaceutical company. Its head office is in Frankfurt, and the majority of its staff are German. An international renowned drug manufacturer, its capital is generated worldwide, and it has very strong ties with the governments of several countries. Is it called Umbrella? The company's area of expertise isn't limited to the pharmaceutical sectors, but includes a wide range of business endeavors such as the management of recreation facilities and so on. Corporation Corp. An example of this would be an ocean theme park called Limu, which the company manages. Strictly speaking, they provide funding to Limu Ltd, the park management organization. Additionally, regarding their bacterial research, it is said that the company owns 1 or 2 of the leading facilities in the field. However, this business enterprise has a hidden agenda. They are, in fact, developing biological weapons for military. It's Umbrella! It's Resident Evil. I knew it. They are, in fact, developing biological weapons for military purposes. It seems that the company is amassing huge amounts of capital from several countries for the purpose of developing highly lethal viruses and their respective cures. Now, it may seem that they have a dark side, only have a dark side bacterial research. As the structure of their pharmaceutical company would demonstrate, their medical research is conducted with inhumane practices. Among their activities are using human test subjects without any regard to basic civil rights, the research, development, synthesis, and refinement of illegal drugs, expanding profit by trafficking their drugs on the black market. Furthermore, according to certain information, the company has recently ventured into the area of long-range missile development. Oh, of course, why not? As a result of its ties with a certain heavy chemical company. One could argue that all of their devotion to research and development of information engineering and quantum physics is an investment toward military use. In short, it would take ages to even try and enumerate all of their wrongdoings. A pharmaceutical company with a reputation is bad, and yet this is merely a glimpse of all the darkness the world possesses. Okay. Okay, Edge God. Besides great FE4 streams. May or may not be a place in Ever 17. Awesome. Where's everyone going? Bingo?
微粒子に分解された原子の状態、人間や物体の量子情報を転送する。ちなみに転送後はオリジナルの量子情報は失われるわけだから、無生物の場合はコピーを作るだけということになるが、人間を転送した場合、オリジナルの人間は送信元のサークル内では消滅。息を引き取り、受信先で再構築、蘇っているということになるわけだ。ただし君たちの場合は例外で、意識が送信元に残留してしまうため、その肉体は一見魂が抜き取られたように。
We've killed a lot of people this game.
これが先ほど言った肉体という器をなくすという現象の正体だ。話は戻るが、この量子テレポーテーションの仕組みを両地点に設定しておけば相互の転移が可能となる。赤倉岳と青鷺島、2つの量子情報は転送し合う。ご理解していただけたかな。
Once he finishes talking, Enemoto exhales and brings the coffee cup to his lips.
まずやれやれ、すっかり冷めてしまったか。なるほど。
Just want to point out that we're only 30% of the way into this scene. That's scary.
時空間転移の正体が量子テレポーテーションということは分かった。けれどその量子テレポーテーションがどのようにして時空間転移に結びつくかが分からない。特に空間はともかくとして、なぜ時間を跳躍して転移するんだ。
当然の疑問だな。
I prepared some slides for you.
よろしい。ではそれを説明しよう。
Enemoto lowers his cup.
まず時空間転移を発生させるための装置が存在する。これは先ほども述べた通りだ。時空間転移装置、そう私は呼んでいる。装置は EPR ペアの粒子を生み出す発生源であり、粒子の測定器であり、転送時の変換器でもある。いわば時空間転移の心臓部というわけだ。
技術的な説明はいい。俺が聞きたいのはそんなことでなく。
分かっている。まあそう焦るな。
Enemoto holds up a hand to command silence before
装置に
continuing.
はさらにもう一つの機能が備わっている。それは時間を歪める機能だ。
Why not? I mean, why not include that? If I were building a supercomputer for an evil organization, that would be on my checklist.
時間を歪む。
そうだ。限られたある一定空間の中だけだがな。
よくわからないな。時間を歪める行為と時空間を跳躍することにどんな関係性があるというんだ。
まあ理論的なところは省略するが、つまりはこういうことだ。
Enemoto taps something into the keyboard.
これは時間と空間を二次元的に表した図だ。Y 軸を時間、X 軸を空間、緯度を示している。それでこの赤い印は2011年の赤倉岳、青い印を同じく2011年の青鷺島と考えてくれた。
Okay. Mount Nakakura of 2011 and the blue mark is Aosigi, Iowa in the
両者は
2011.
同じ時間軸上に存在するが、空間については別の位置にあるということ。
Now
両
this is
者を Y 軸
2012.
上においてプラス方向に移動し、このような状態とする。2地点の時間は2011年から2012年へと変化した。これが我々が体験する時間の経過というやつだ。もちろんわかるだろう。
問題ない。
赤倉岳と青鷺島がこのように同じ時間軸上に存在し、異なるのが空間だけであるならば、転移には何の支障もない。
What are you just doing? Bang bang?
そうだな。
だが実際のところはこうだ。冬川心のいる赤倉岳は2011年に存在し、我々のいる青鷺島は2012年にある。 空間ばかりか時間までも座標軸が異なっている。このままでは転移はできない。両地点に双子の粒子を飛ばすこともできないし、送信側から受信側へと測定結果を伝達することもできない。
つまり量子情報の変換を行うことができない。
その通り。
ではどうするんだ。いや、どうやってるんだ。
2つの地点の座標を1本の直線で結ぶのさ。リンクを結ぶ。
A link between time? Almost.
仮にこの直線を T ダッシュと呼ぼ
う。しかしこれだけでは何の解決にもならないだろ
う。まだわからないかい。先ほど言った装置は時間を歪める。
まさか。
A smirk forms on Enomoto's face. Well, of course. Why didn't I think of this? Just twist the graph, bro. Bend the axis, bro. Get the tortoise, Satoru. As if to say that's right, he begins typing on the keyboard, changing the image. Shown there is the image of the y-axis time slanted, and the time marked T prime perpendicular to it.
これで理論上はいや事実上と言ってもいいかな。2つの地点は同じ時間軸上に存在することになる。先ほどの諸問題は一挙解決。
Of course.
量子情報を変換し合うという状態はこうして2011年の赤倉岳サークルと2012年の青崎島サークルは相互に転移を繰り返す。
A smirk forms on Enomoto's face. It's so ridiculous. And it's just so perfect at the same time. Well, of course. Why didn't I think of this? Just twist the graph, bro. Oh no.
Y-axis time slanted, and the line marked T perpendicular to it. And then we just slightly tilt the y-axis, and it all makes sense. What does that even mean? Theoretically, doesn't that mean time?
You're thinking too hard.
What happens to the space at both ends of this graph?
It gets bent. Of
If
course.
time is moving like this. I'm not even sure how I conceptualize that.
Time's bendy now, bro. It's the bendy axis. Okay. The ramblings of a fool. A really, honestly, seriously, maddeningly, accursedly unrealistic bunch of crap. However, it actually happened. My own body has experienced it time and time again. No matter how unbelievable it is as mere theory, it's unmistakably reality. And that's why I, really, honestly, seriously, maddeningly, accursedly struggle to comprehend it. My mind still struggles violently against the very notion. Jeremy Baramy, don't, of course. Hey, Billy.
では実証してあげようじゃないか。
なんだって？
時空間転移をさ。とは言っても君たちに起きているような大掛かりなものは無理だがね。時空間転移装置のプロトタイプがある。それを使って実践すればさすがの君も納得せざるを得ないだろう。
I can't wait till they transfer a brooch. Saying that, Enomoto disappears through the iron door beside the supercomputer. After a while, he returns holding a complicated-looking piece of equipment.
これが時空間転移装置のプロトタイプだ。ざっと説明しておこう。
Do you have one of these sitting on, like, you know, like nailed to your wall, Yosh? Have you built one of these? This would be great wall art. Not yet. I want pictures when you do, if you don't mind, if that's okay. You can send them to me by just putting, you know, putting the photograph in Alice, by the way. Don't bother with Discord. I'll have mine set up for you. I'll know when you're done.
この中央の箱が EPR ペアの発生源。量子的絡み合い状態の粒子を発生させるところだ。
What a quote.
そしてその両側にある箱がアリスとボブ。送信側と受信側だ。
脳書きはいい。見れば大体わかる。さっさと始めてくれ。
それは結構なんだ。ではアリスとボブの中にこの入れたばかりのコーヒーを入れるとしよう。
Two cups of coffee are in Enomoto's hands. One is a white cup with a on a white saucer. The coffee inside is milk in it. The other is a black cup on a black saucer. The coffee inside is black. Enomoto places one cup in each of the Alice and Bob boxes and switches on the device. With a dull whine, it begins to
ちな
operate.
みにアリスは2011年の赤倉岳。白いコーヒーソーサーは赤倉岳サークル。白いカップは冬川心を示していると思っている。逆にボブは2012年の青鷺島。黒いコーヒーソーサーは青鷺島サークル。黒いカップは君有機堂悟を示している。
なるほど。
Enomoto then takes out Bob's coffee and sips it.
うまい。やはりコーヒーは濃いめのブラック。それも入れたてが一番だ。それに引き換え。
Enomoto then puts the cup back in place, and this time takes a sip from the Alice coffee.
ミルクの入ったコーヒーは最悪だ。
お
不純物のせいでコーヒーがコーヒーでなくなっている。
I love when the quote feels like the quotes are conscious. That's a good job. It's so funny. You spend so much time reading all these quantum teleportation tips. He does not shut up. Explains everything in detail. And then he just tilts the y-axis and calls it a day. It's so good. Time gets bendy in the regions, you know? Oh my god. The time gets a little quirky at night. Hello. Frowning, Enomoto returns the cup to
そうは
Alice.
思わないかね。
話がそれてるようだが。
そ そんなことはない。これも重要なプロセスの一部なのだ。で、君はどう思う？コーヒーはブラックか、それともミルク入りか？
ミルク入りだ。当然だろ。
Coffee and milk both are the worst, so of course they are also the worst. Are you trying to incur the wrath of soy and me in one message? Good luck, soldier. I know I'm not even gonna have to react.
ミルクを入れないコーヒーなんてソースのかかってないステーキみたいなものだ。それにブラックは胃にも優しくないんだ。長生きしないぜあんた。
大きなお世話だよ。まったく君とは本当に意見が合わないな。
Milk is the greatest liquid known to man. And soy is a big coffee fanatic. And then this says with a bitter smile.
君も一口飲んでみないかい？実際に舌で確かめてみてくれ。
これを
I ask while pointing at the coffee and Alice and Bob.
あんたが飲んだ。
そうだ、心配するな。毒なんて入っていない。それに私は変な病気は持っていない。妙な意味も込めていない。安心してくれ。
Correction. Correction denied. I don't like warm drinks, so I don't know if I would like. I've tried coffee a few times. I love the taste of coffee. I hate the fact that it's hot. You might go, Taylor, then drink iced coffee. No. I like coffee ice cream. Figure that one out. Streamer will just drink a 4-liter container of milk just because. Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't I?
これを飲むことが重要なのか。その実証のために。
もちろん。
I'll look back and forth between the two cups of coffee. We're up to 74% talking about all this coffee. I'll drink. I'll take a timid sip from each coffee in turn. I forgot milk is cold, not warm more often. I am a cold milk fan.
アリスの方。つまりミルク入りの方が断然うまい。
Thanks for returning the cups to their places.
なるほど。結構だ。では続けようか。
で、どうすればいい？
何もする必要はない。ただ見ているだけでいい。
And the mother and I watched the device for a while.
何も起きないようだが。
We'll stop observing it.
まあ見ていたまえ。
Oh. And the mother checks his
そろ
wristwatch.
そろだな。
Oh, and in that very moment, Alice transforms. In an instant, the coffee goes from white to black. The coffee inside becomes black as well.
転移したのだよ。
では、今アリスに入っているコーヒーは？
そう、未来。今から1分後のボブのコーヒーの情報がアリス、過去へと転移したのだ。そしてさらに1分が経過すると
Another minute passes. Bob's cup transforms as well. The cup and saucer go from black to white. Now there's milk in the coffee.
今から1分前のアリスのコーヒーの情報がボブ、未来へと転移してきた。
その通り。さすが物分かりがいい。
これが
転移、量子テレポーテーションだ。ではもう一度2つのコーヒーを飲み比べてみたまえ。
はあ？
いいから飲めばわかる。
Although I'm skeptical, I take another sip from each coffee. Eh?
今度はどうかな。
Alice, in other words, the black coffee is really good. And the mother smiles in satisfaction.
わからないかね。 コーヒーとカップという物質は入れ替わったのに、うまさという概念はその場に残留している。
The concept of its deliciousness remains. Uh-oh. I don't like that line. Vanilla shake? Oh, don't do. Oh, a Haagen-Dazs one? There is a fast food place that has really good milkshakes. That's done up like a 50s diner called Nifty 50s. And the milkshakes here are absolutely fantastic. Can I get a good photo of like the inside? Bang. Very good. Where's the Haagen-Dazs one you sent? Hold on. The one Sundown sent was this. Boom. Do I ever make milkshakes and don't add milk? I do not usually make milkshakes. If I'm having a milkshake, I'm going out. The ability to make milkshakes at home is too dangerous a concept for me to be able to do. Quantum entangled flavor. The concept of love.
まるで何かを暗示しているように感じられないか？意識。そう。意識の残留現象。それを意味して。
They always refuse to hold the milk? Yeah, but I want the milk in it. Milk.
君たち二人の周りの物質と肉体は入れ替わっていても、意識はその場に残り続けている。以上、実証終了。
待てよ。味なんてそんな曖昧なもので説明されたって。
味覚が当てにならないと。
そうだ。その時の気分でコロコロ変わったっておかしくない。
まあ、その考え方も否定できなくはないが、先ほども言っただろう。真理は頭で考えても見えてこない。常識というわけにとらわれる。
Don't let yourself be limited by the constraints of common sense.
感じたこと素直に受け入れたまえ。
だがしかし。
ではあえて補足しよう。君がこれまで幾度となくその身で体験してきた現象は何を意味する？どう？
Oh, I'm surely at a loss for words. Destruction.
これで信じてもらえたかな。
Believe, he says. With this, I have no choice but to believe him. It's in my nature to be skeptical of things like this, but between everything I've experienced up until now and the phenomenon that just occurred right before my eyes, there's no room for doubt. This, no matter what anyone may say, is reality. But, if it's been confirmed that this space-time transfer phenomenon is the truth, it creates another new question. And that's... I utter.
なぜとは？
なぜこんなことをする必要があったんだ。こんな時空間転移なんてことを。
It's because of this phenomenon, because of this ridiculous phenomenon, we, how much suffering, how much pain have we had to bear? Being pushed to our limits, defying death itself. Stuck in this ongoing turmoil, Kokoro and I have been driven right to the verge of madness. After the scene is probably a good stopping point. Roger. And Mother doesn't answer. Not saying a thing, he continues staring at me.
どうしてこんなバカなことを?
Laughter. He laughs. His shoulders shake as he laughs, as though it's the funniest thing he's ever heard.
何がおかしい?
おかしいさ。非常におかしい。大変おかしい。おかしくておかしくてたまらない。何せ、君の口からそんなセリフが聞けるとは思っていなかったんでね。ああ、失礼。今の君ならそういうのは当然かもしれないな。では答えよう。この時空間転移を計画を行った理由、目的、それは。
And then Mo suddenly raises his finger toward me.
それは君がよく知っていることだろう。
You got this one, Sundown.
何?
Seems like. Do we know who kills Endemoto? Because I'm starting to think it's Satoru. I certainly would. We're told by Uni that we're the ones that murdered him in Kokoro's route, but we don't know that who. We just know him as the corpse back then. So we don't know how much is, you know, real. My voice falters. It takes all I have to say just that. The reason is something I should know better than anyone.
これが答えだ。これ以外に言いようがない。
At that moment, something completely different pops into my mind. But the various problems I need to solve, I combined them into one larger proposition. R1, the personality transfer. R2, the goals. R3, yeah. I think about it. And then I suddenly realized, rather than realize, I remember. I'd forgotten all about it. Proposition R has yet another part. R4, about me, the person known as Yukido Satoru. I don't know anything about who I am. I. Go. Oh. You shouldn't have drank the coffee.
おい、どうした
Uh-oh. At that moment, I lose myself. It's as if someone else completely is manipulating my body, leaving me no control over myself.
落ち着け静まれ暴れてもどうにもならんぞうるさい黙れもう何もかもどうでもいい何がどうなろうと知ったことか全部終わりにしてやる何を言っているおい正気を取り戻せ
Endemoto tries to hold me back.
触るな
I slap his hands away.
触るな
I eye the large machine beside Endemoto. The central part of this facility, the system's supercomputer. I'm sure that's...
これが元凶なんだななんだこれが時空間転移装置なんだろうだったら壊してやるぶっ壊してやるこんなくだらない茶番なんて終わりにしてやる
Thrusting Endemoto aside, I strike the supercomputer with a ferocious roundhouse kick. However, it's sturdier than I expected. I don't even make a dent. I kick it twice, then 3 times without hesitation. Let alone dent it, I don't even manage to scratch it. The thing sure is durable. Endemoto tries to pin me. He moves to secure both my arms behind my back.
そんなものを破壊したところで時空間転移は止まらないようるさい離せ邪魔をするな
Wrenching my body with all my strength, I shake Endemoto off. Endemoto falls on his back. At that moment, his sunglasses fly off and spin into a corner of the room.
やめるんだうるせえ
Zeroing in on the chair, I lift it up. I can smash it with this.
こんなものがあるからみんな不幸になるんだ畜生ぶっ壊れてしまえやめろと言ってるだろ
Endemoto suddenly leaps to his feet, unleashing a deranged scream at me.
私の計画を台無しにするつもりか
Oh. The next instant, Endemoto blocks my path to the supercomputer with terrific speed. A chill runs down my spine. I can feel his bloodlust. Reflexively, I hurl the chair toward Endemoto. Endemoto nimbly turns, deflecting the flying chair with one kick.
君は危険分子だもうこのままにさせておくわけにはいかない私の邪魔をする不埒者め
In Endemoto's eyes, it's the clear intent to kill. He's lost all semblance of composure. He's lost all semblance of composure? Conversely, seeing Endemoto like that forces me to return to my senses. Cold sweat trickles down my back. This is bad. Warning signals light up in my brain. Endemoto thrusts his hand into his breast pocket as he glares up at me. A switchblade. I'm gonna understand this one, I think. A switch-deployed knife. Their use is highly restricted by law in Japan. None are produced or sold within the country. Also called a jackknife. Endemoto grips in his hand.
非常に不本意だがやむを得まい
This feeling. It's the same feeling I've felt many times before. A killing intent as cold as ice. Was it him all
覚
along?
悟はいいかね勇気道悟君を抹消する
And another suddenly narrows his eyes. Brandishing the knife, Enemoto attacks. Nimbly turn to face the door and break into a dash. I have to run. I rush out the door and into the basement storeroom. Total darkness greets me. For some reason, the lights in the basement are off. Did Enemoto cut the power? No, that doesn't matter right now. Regardless, I have to get out of here as soon as possible. And the moment I think that, I trip over a wooden box. Damn it. Losing my balance, I fall. The concrete floor gradually approaches me. It's though I'm falling in slow motion. Am I going to die? Those words scroll through my mind. Oh, goody. Insanity. Ah. I've quantum teleported. Ah. Ugh. All right. Well. Neat. Did enough things happen today? Yes. I am content, happy even with the amount of things that happened today. Today, the events of this in-game time period, very good. Very enjoyed. Very, very much enjoyed. I really like this twist. I think this one's really good. I prefer it to some other twists I've encountered. I'll just be vague and say that. Yeah, this is good. I like this. I think there's more. We'll see. I mean, we still don't know anything about Uni. Correct, Twink. Correct. Well, I like some fan art? Sure. Hit me with it. It's good. I like it. I'd recommend this to people. I wouldn't recommend this as the first one. I'd still always recommend, I think. No spoilers, please. I think I'd always recommend 999 first to anybody getting into these games. But hold on 1 second. Quantum coffee. Oddball has been banished to the fucking Shadow Realm. I just saw him message in one of the Discords I'm in, just hundreds of messages trying to break free to say something. Cool. I like this one a lot. I would have tried playing that one. Fair enough. Yeah, it's very good. I think he's better than that. Valid. That's sick. I like that a lot. That's cool. Regardless, thank you all for being here. If you're new here, hey, consider following. Cool thing you can do. A couple links real quick. Discord right there. YouTube for both VODs and edited content. Did he get banned? No, Twitch just decided he's not going to message anymore. Here, hold on. One more picture. Ready? I didn't ban him. Here's his chat. Here's this. And finally, I'm in the band. Check us out. This endgame stuff, fair. A Twitch shadow ban. That sounds like sexy lord. He might be having a similar problem. All right, we're gonna raid Frost, who's currently playing Cyberpunk. Thank you all for being here. I hope you had fun. I know I did. Now, the bad news, obviously, is that I'm not streaming till Saturday. I know. I have IRL stuff I gotta take care of, and then like Twitch streams and stuff. I've been getting a whole lot of like real life things done while I've been watching Resident Evil. We will be going back hopefully to 5 days a week next week, and then once Aether or Critias finishes RE, we'll be going back to 6 as normal. So be excited. I know I am. For now, Legend of Zelda on the weekend. Probably, I assume we're at the end or nearing the end of this game, and we'll finish that up Monday/Tuesday, and then Dragon Age. See you then. Peace out and bye for now.